All right, good morning, Minuka Jeb. I'd like to call the call the meeting to order at 9:04. As always, we're going to start the meeting off in a good way, and now we'll turn it over to our spiritual advisor, Vern Adams. Excuse me, let's Vern. I'd like to ask for the roll call.
Shane Drift,
Here,
Tara Gishik. Harry Drift,
Ninshama Papaya.
Robert Moyer.
Here.
all right, moving on. Looking for the approval of the agenda. Do we have any additions, deletions?
I do. We would like to move the SORNA letter 8 under Melissa Wright, resolution number 85, 2025, adopting SORNA code revisions. We'd like to move that up to number, or right after Dan Rabideau. Ben Pachito is only able to be online with us until about 10 o'clock. So we're asking to move that up. And then we also have Randy Long. We need to add Randy Long after Simona Benner. He has the NTIA fiber to home contracts.
All right. If there are no other additions, deletions, I ask for a motion to approve the agenda with the moving of Melissa after Dan Rabideau and also adding Randy Long after Simona Benner to the RTC meeting agenda. Is there a motion? Moved by Tara. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next, we got the approval of the meeting minutes. Trying to look over March 3rd. Any questions on meeting minutes for March 3rd, 2025? Also must point out that this was a special meeting. It was regarding our election board members. If there are no questions, ask for a motion to approve.
Move.
Moved by Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. The March 5th, 2025 meeting minutes are not ready, so I call for a motion to table. Is there a motion?
Table.
Motion by Tara. Is there a second? Second by Robert. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is the consent agenda. Miranda, you want to read it?
Yeah. Under the consent agenda, letter A is resolution number 73, 2025, appointment of Christopher D. Anderson to serve as an MCT Tribal Election Court of Appeals judge for the 2025 special election. Vote was 3-0-0. B, appointment of Debra Thompson to the General Election Board. Vote was 3-0-0. C, approved financial contingency plan for federal shutdown. The vote was 3-0-0. D, resolution number 81, 2025, approving candidate forum project agreement. Vote was 3-0-0. E, approve interest payment from CRC to RTC. Vote was 3-0-0. F, approve lease payment to CRC for rent for government services and council rent. Vote was 3-0-0. G, appointments to General Election Board. Vote was 3-0-0. H, resolution number 82, 2025, participate in MTERA Home electrification and appliance rebate program. Vote was 3-0-0. I, letter to Senator Housechild regarding band support for SF 2530, the helium legislation. Vote was 3-0-0. J, raffle fundraiser for sobriety powwow being held 4/19/2025. Vote was 3-0-0. K, approve letter regarding band's opposition to Trump executive order continuing the reduction of the federal bureaucracy targeting the CDFI fund. Vote was 3-0-0.
Couple of questions, a couple of things I'd like to point out is that under D, resolution number 81-2025, approving candidate forum project agreement. We did check with the MCT on this and they said it was okay for us to do, correct?
Yes.
Also, if we could get Kim up here, I'd like to have her talk a little bit about letter D and E, no, actually E and F. It's regarding the interest payments from CRC. The first one is the approve the interest payment from CRC to RTC and authorize MTERA to sign in the amount of $454,980.
So for the general audience that doesn't know, there's a corporation that owns the RTG building here. The corporation is solely owned by the tribal government. And that's because we accessed the new markets tax credit when we built this building and got funding for it.
Mhm.
So there's a loan between the RTC and the corporation, and then the corporation leases the space to the tribal government. So the the corporation pays its interest to the tribal government, and then the tribal government uses that interest payment to make the loan payment to the bank for the remaining balance on the building. And then how they get, this corporation gets money to pay the interest payment is because we pay rent to the corporation. Does that make sense? That's a very simplified version.
Yes, it is. Thank you for that. The next one is approving the lease payment to Boycefort CRC Community Redevelopment Corporation, Council Com / rent in the amount of $325,780.76. Also for government services rent, $279,199.24.
Yes, so the space is split. The rent for this building was set back in 2010 or 11, and it stayed the same. In the space, it's the amount of the rent is split between the general fund and indirect cost. So the functions, the areas that are doing like work on that support the reservations, such as accounting, RTC pays a portion, and then the tribal government and community services part is paid out of the general fund.
Any other questions from council?
I just have a couple
Mm.
quick questions, if you can clarify.
Yep.
Is this on an annual basis, or how often is this?
That's an annual basis.
And who has signed before I have?
Either the secretary treasurer or I did to move the payments around because it was approved way back in, like I said, 2010, somewhere in there when we did the building. But now that we have this past year, we got the ratification of saying who can sign up to what levels. We've been very making sure that we're following those. And so that one, that's why it needed to come to the council to understand. Going forward, two things will happen is we're looking at dissolving the corporation because we've met the requirements of the new market tax credits. And the second thing with 105L lease funds coming into play, the payment for the lease to the, to make the building work will come out of the 105L lease funds versus the general fund and indirect cost.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no other questions, thank you, Kim. Now, another thing I'd like to point out is that regarding the letters that the tribal council sent regarding the letter to Senator Hochschild for SF 2530 helium legislation, and also the letter for bans opposition to Trump's executive order continuing the reduction of the federal bureaucracy targeting the CDFI fund. The tribal council has also submitted various letters to like Tina Smith, Senator Klobuchar, Pete Stauber. And what I would be asking for is for those letters, who they're addressed to be shared on our social media so band members are informed of what this council has been doing. and the actions that we are taking and stuff that we are pushing for. So if we can get those letters listed sometimes this week, that'd be great. Any other questions? If not, no other questions, comments, suggestions, I ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Miranda, what I asked, what I pointed out was that there was other letters that the tribal council sent to like, Senator Smith, Senator Klobuchar and Pete Stauber. And that if we could get those letters listed on the tribal government website, Facebook, social media, so band members can be informed of what this council has been doing and pushing for, that'd be great.
Yep, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we got Dan Rabideau.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Dan.
All right, thanks. The first item that we have on is for approval of the Net Lake renovation project for the food shelf. And I've outlined in the executive summary what the request is, which is to accept the bids that were submitted, accept the lowest bid, which is Lency Enterprises, and to give me permission to sign off on the documents necessary to move this project forward. The request is for $650,000 and some change, as outlined in the financial impact and cost that I put together on the executive summary, of which $602,000 is for construction, and then an estimated $48,000 for architect fees, which is our master contract of 8% of the construction fees, for a total of $650,000. Where are we going to receive the funding from? We have a food shelf grant in the amount of $620,000, which covers the vast majority of the construction itself. And then we have a food sovereignty grant that will cover the remaining balance and the architect fees. I did also put in there, because things tend to happen when we are doing construction, so that I did factor in a contingency amount of money to approve only if needed, of up to $45,000. And that's just a percentage of the overall construction cost. So the request is for accepting the bids, awarding the bid to Lency, and authorizing me to execute the contract that was reviewed by our tribal attorney on 3/25 and allow this project to move forward. Questions?
I'm trying to find that. I think my,
I got it.
are you on you're on a Teams one?
I'm on Teams in the file.
Okay, I think because mine, it's not, his stuff is not on my packet. Okay, so hold on, I'll jump over to Teams.
I think after on the team.
Was,
Yeah. Let's see, and then other one right after. Tax graded.
where the RTC meeting, here we go. Regular session.
It's three different.
Yeah, because I was going off that, one on our email. Hold on, Dan, we're getting there.
Yep, no problem.
We finally found it, Dan.
Okay.
My question is, you talked about the funding sources in your letter,
Yeah.
and you have the OEO food shelf grant listed at 620,000.
Yes.
Then you have the food sovereignty grant at 50,000,
Yes.
and then you have HHS third party revenue at 45,000.
Yes.
And it says contingency if needed. Now, with those amounts, are those all acceptable through the grants?
The first two are, the purpose of the food shelf grant was to do this project. But once you add in the architect fees, it pushes the amount above the grant amount of 620. So we need additional money. And the food sovereignty grant is allowed to pay that additional money up to 50,000. So we have $670,000 to work with from the two grants. Both are acceptable, yes. And I'm requesting, so we don't have any issues in the event we run into something that costs more than what was anticipated. Say we start to work on some plumbing and there's something that wasn't identified through the bid process and we need some additional funds. I have added the request to use some third-party revenue from HHS. So if you take the 620 and the 50, that's 670. I built in an additional 45, which ends up being a total contingency amount of 10% on a construction project. So that's where those numbers come from. We can certainly adjust whether you are acceptable to putting some third-party revenue as a contingency. I don't plan on spending it unless we have to, but we really would like this project moving forward. But to answer your question in short, Shane, yes, it is permissible from both of these grants to do this project. That's what the money was earmarked for.
Thank you for that. Is Jeff online? No. Do we have somebody from legal? Oh. No, somebody from Jeff's office. I thought he was at court. I thought he was with court. Okay. Ben,
Yes,
do you have any concerns with this project legal wise?
I do not. And Jeff and I did review the contract for construction. So he was part of the review process and neither one of us had any issues. We worked through the contract details that the band has historically wanted for any construction project. So that was all completed by Jeff.
Apologies, Shane. Jeff did send an email for the food shelf bid recommendations. He says, no concerns about council awarding project to bidder recommended by staff /DSGW. We could then work on finalizing the contract for the project. So Jeff had no concerns.
Okay. Any other questions from council or concerns? If no questions or concerns from council, I ask for a motion to approve the Nut Lake Food Shelf renovation, accept bids, award bid to Lency Enterprises, and authorize HHS CEO Dan Rabbiter to sign and execute. Is there a motion?
Is that for the 196,900, correct?
Dan?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear Tara's amount.
Lency for 196,900. Is that correct?
I don't know where that number is coming from. To bid for the ad alternate for doing some of the plumbing was 4,700. Ad alternate number 2 was 11,900. Ad alternate number 3 was 15. There's a summary page as part of the packet that identifies that for a total construction amount of $602,400. Do you see that, Tara?
That should have been on your memo. You have all these contractors lined up, one right after the other, and you should be writing exactly what you're asking for.
The amount is 602,400. It's on the memo as construction. And then the architect fees of 48,192 for a total of 650, and that's right in the middle of the memo.
So Dan, if Lancy does get it, they'll be getting it for 570,000 total, complete?
No, 602,400 is in the, it should be page 3 of the packet, the bid recommendation from DSGW. It who the recommended bid and the details for the bid.
There's what I'm seeing is that on the first page from March 26th, it has the construction, architect, and total fees. And then it has the funding source. And when you scroll down to DSGW, there's a lot of expenses there. And if you even scroll down to the bid tabulation, it has a breakdown of the base bid, but then you have the alternate 1, alternate 2, electric alternate. So it's not really clearly defined. Then you scroll down further and it has bid form revised and it has the amount listed of 570,000.
You keep looking, there's alternates, 4,700, 11,000, 800 on that same sheet. But you should have, do you have the memo or the letter from DSGW in your packet? And I apologize, I don't know how the packet was put together because this was all submitted and we didn't have the normal submission process because of emails going and sitting in DocuSign and weren't able to be accessed by Chris Holm, who was the interim or the sitting executive director. So these were put together outside of what our typical DocuSign is. So I apologize. I can't see what you guys have in the order. So I'm sorry about that.
I found it, Dan.
Okay. Thank you, Tara.
Yeah, there's a memo. And then there's a second memo that explains the whole thing. I got it. It's from Eric Wedge. I got it.
Could you read off the,
Okay.
is that the
Sorry
amount on it?
about that. I can't see what you had.
Could you read off the amount?
It's 602,400.
That is correct.
So I asked for a motion to approve the Nut Lake Food Shelf renovation, accept bids, award bid to Lens Enterprises, and authorize HHS CEO Dan Rabideau to sign and execute for that amount that Tara just quoted. Is there a motion? Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you for figuring that out.
Thank you all for
I-
being patient on that. I'm sorry about that.
I'd just like to mention that it may take us a little bit to get through these packets because they're not in order. So what's on the agenda is not jiving with everything we have on our packet. So we have to move back and forth and move around and catch everything. So I apologize. There might be some delays today.
All right, next up, Dan Rabideau again for the VA medical reimbursement agreement.
Thank you. Yes, this is a standard insurance contract. And when I say standard, it is we need to have an agreement with the VA Medical Center for any VA or veterans that we serve, making us eligible to not only provide the service to vets, but to receive reimbursement at the encounter rate. And so we've negotiated with the VA a contract that allows us to be reimbursed at the tribal encounter rate for services provided to VA individuals. So this is, I'm bringing this forth because it is a contract. It does not have a dollar amount attached to it in total because we can't predict how many VA or veterans that we serve in the medical center. But what it does do is gives us the ability to receive reimbursement at the higher encounter rate, just like we do any Native Americans. We also can receive that same rate for veterans. So Jeff and I reviewed this contract. Jeff did make some recommendations that took us a long time for the Veterans Administration to agree to, but the major one was protecting the sovereignty of the band. And we just recently got approval from them before I submitted this for request. It is simply asking the council to accept this contract, which is allowing us to receive reimbursement at the encounter rate for services provided to vets.
Miranda, did Jeff send a letter on this one if he approved it or not?
He did send a note. He said, I've reviewed and offered feedback, most of which was incorporated into the draft. No concerns about proceeding for approval and signing.
Okay. Dan, with what's happening at the federal level and our veterans and the Trump administrations, any concerns regarding payments being delayed or if there is going to be a delay, have they given you an idea of how long that delay could last?
I don't have any concerns at this time. In fact, this contract gives us more ability to receive payments and payments in a timely fashion because it is a formal contract. So the Vets Administration now has will have a contract with us that protects our ability to bill and receive payment in a timely fashion. So this is actually a very good thing for the band in lieu of what is going on at the federal government. This binds them contractually to making these payments.
Okay. Now, I have thank you for that. I have a question regarding funding. At the tail end of the contract, it says VA's obligation under this agreement shall be subject to the availability of appropriated funds. Now, if the funds run out and you're still trying to bill for services, how does that play out with HHS? How is that going to be covered?
We would, at the time, if they were to give us notice that funding is being cut off for this service, we would have to make a determination of whether or not we're going to continue to serve that population. We're not required to, but that would be something that if we were to be given notice that funding is being cut off to the VA administration, then that would be a time in which we come back to the council and have a discussion of, do we want to continue to serve the population? If we choose to continue to serve that population, we would be using our third-party revenue to offset expenses. I hope we don't ever get to that point, but it's a great question, Shane, and one that I would bring forward for discussion with the council in the event that were to happen.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? If no questions from the council, I'll ask for a motion to approve the VA medical reimbursement agreement. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Perry, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you very much, council. I appreciate it.
Up next, we got Melissa with the resolution number 85-2025, adopting SORNA code revisions.
Good morning, council. So in the past year, we've been working on updating our SORNA code. It has not been updated since the onset of taking on the responsibility of sex offender registration back in 2007. And this is based on feedback from U.S. Tribal Council, court staff, tribal prosecutor, education and Head Start staff, the enterprises, and then there was a public comment period as well. These revisions already include the exclusion of non-band member sex offenders from the band's territory, as well as the decision to prohibit sex offenders from employment. Some of the brief revisions that are in this new code detail temporary visitors, so kind of cleaning up the definition of reside to clarify that a person who resides, if they are present for more than 72 consecutive hours, or if they sleep in a place more than 3 nights in a 7-day period. And then section 502C added the requirement for sex offenders who intend to attend a community event to notify the SORNA compliance officer at least 24 hours in advance. So this would be for those sex offenders who are able to come on the reservation to attend an activity such as the powwows, sporting events, feasts, or any other community gatherings. The revision also includes some clarification and updates on the zones of restrictions. So section 804 and 805 added new language that prohibits sex offenders from being present in any school or childcare center or loitering within 300 feet of a school or childcare center. There are some exceptions that got clarified in this revision for parents or guardians to attend school or picking up their kids and whatnot. And it's to ensure that we don't infringe on parental rights. So to access these exemptions, the code now states that a parent or guardian who needs to be present at a school or childcare center would still need to obtain permission from the school or childcare center and would need to notify the school or childcare center of arrival and departure, and must be supervised if in the vicinity of children. They cannot be authorized to be present in a school or childcare center under a recognized exception unless the SORNA compliance officer has provided written verification. And then section 805 added some clarity to no sex offender may reside within 300 feet of any school, childcare center, youth activity center, playground, park, or ball field. In the section 419, requires a sex offender to provide proof of parent or guardian status to the SORNA compliance officer at time of registration. And if it's not provided at the registration at time that the offender plans to request an exemption from the exclusion to attend a school or childcare center under that 805 section. And section 502C clarifies what the SORNA compliance officer is supposed to do with the information on what, if they're planning to attend one of those community events. The definitions of sex offender tiers were also clarified to help make it easier to define and apply in practice. And then section 806 just clarified more on the band's employment of sex offenders by the tribal government and band enterprises. So again, a lot of this just come out from, as Janelle and I are new to sex offender registry, noticed a lot of holes. But that's, I think, most of it in a nutshell. Ben, did I forget anything?
No, Melissa, that you covered all the revisions.
So we're just looking for council approval to approve the new revisions.
Miranda, did Jeff submit the email or letter regarding any concerns?
No, excuse me, no, other than saying that Ben would be available from 9 to 10 today.
Okay.
Um,
Any questions or concerns from council? If no questions or concerns or comments from council, ask for a motion to approve.
Move.
Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Perry, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, guys. It's been a long,
Thank you,
busy
Ben.
year with meetings, but we're excited to get this project done and get some more community education now out to our community.
Thank you, council.
Up next, we got the previously tabled resolution number 83-2025. No single RTC member has the power to take action to bind the band. Miranda, can you read that resolution?
Sure, would you like me to start at the very top whereas, or I'll just start? Whereas the Bois Forte Band of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe, the band, is a federally recognized Indian tribe organized under the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934 and operating under the revised constitution and bylaws of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe. And whereas the lawful governing body of the band is the Bois Forte Reservation Tribal Council, RTC, which is authorized under the revised constitution and bylaws of the Minnesota Chippewa Tribe and the Bois Forte Reservation Tribal Council bylaws, ordinance number 56-99 as revised, to take official actions on behalf of the band. And whereas the Bois Forte bylaws ordinance number 5699 as revised outlines the process by which the RTC can action to bind the band through official business in a duly authorized meeting. And whereas the RTC now desires to reaffirm this process by clarifying that absent RTC authorization, no single RTC member has the power to take action to bind the band. Now therefore be it resolved that the RTC hereby reaffirms that unless authorized through a duly adopted resolution, ordinance, policy, or other official action of the RTC, no single RTC member can bind the band, including through contracts or projects, nor shall any single RTC member make commitments or promises purporting to bind the band.
Now, one thing I would like to do, point out, is that with this resolution, if it is passed, that it be posted on the tribal government website underneath the tribal council. So that as we move forward from this day forward, that people will understand that no council member has the sole authority to bind the band in any way, shape, or form. And if he or she does so, that it'll be a violation of this resolution, with this ethical violation. Any other questions or comments from council? If no comments or questions from council or concerns, I ask for a motion to approve the resolution number 56-99.
It's resolution 83-2025.
Oh, yep, excuse me, sorry. Is there a motion? Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next, we have Jalen Strong and Sam O'Brien.
And just for the record, we also have Becky Gowboy and Danny Prados presenting with us, but we'll be presenting shortly once Sam and Nikki get the presentation up. Okay, I think we're set. We can see it on the display, so we can get started. And again, I guess we'll just do a quick introduction. You know, everyone knows me, Jalen. I'm the Heritage Center Director. And then to my right, I have Sam.
Hi, my name is Sam O'Brien. I'm the director of Vermilion Country School in Tower.
I'm Becky Gowboy. I work for him.
Becky works also at the country school.
And then online, Danny, were you able to introduce yourself?
Yep. Good morning. I'm Danny Pradas. I'm the Visitor Services Manager at the Heritage Center.
And so we're doing a presentation essentially to get permission to start drafting an MOU to become like kind of official partners with the Vermilion VCS, basically we'll have a presentation about what that is. And the hope is to create kind of like a language and culture nest for students over there at the school. So again, just as a quick introduction to who we are, you know, I can't really see that.
Oh, yeah.
Our mission statement basically is to preserve and perpetuate Ojibwe culture and to advance understanding by presenting with dignity and respect the accomplishments and evolving history of voice for people of northern Minnesota. And we do that by providing community members with opportunities to learn Ojibwe language and culture through classes, museum programs, preserve and honor sacred artifacts, and honor Ojibwe culture and historical and in the present as well. And then for Sam to talk a little bit about the Vermilion Country School.
Oh, sure. So Vermilion Country School was started in Tower as a 7th through 12th grade project-based learning school 12 years ago. And what we've become, I've been there since 2022, what we've become as a charter school is a resource for public education for students who need an alternative. So if their home district at Northwoods or Wasabi East or Rock Ridge is not necessarily providing them the structure that they need to do well, often we'll engage those students in the 8th or 9th or 10th or 11th or 12th grade to support them to get back on track or to get an alternative schedule or to start using their interests and their strengths as a way to build and make up for anything that hasn't worked in the past for them in school. As we'll talk in a little bit, we've come over the last few years, especially to serve a large population of Voice for It members and descendants. We see some opportunities here where if we can work with the Heritage Cultural Center, that I think we could provide a more grounded foundation for students to become involved in the community, in their culture, learn the language. And we can, I think through a partnership, be providing credit toward a high school graduation and credit for involvement in the community in a way that we haven't in the past.
And so again, what we're kind of looking for is to just seeking permission to enter and eventually start drafting an MOU. We talked to Jeff about kind of what the best method for agreement would be. And that way we kind of have both sides laid out as to what the Heritage Center side is doing, what the Vermilion Country School is going to be doing, how they'll be providing different resources for students and Heritage Center staff. And we're just looking to basically have 3 different types of programs within the Heritage Center. But we're hoping to create kind of internship, sort of like the summer youth program, just throughout the year. Formalize a mentorship program where they're kind of working one-on-one within our staff, and then working with different community members whenever we have to go out anywhere. And then establish an education model for the school to kind of utilize. So the idea is that essentially we're not limiting Indian education into one room. We're going to bring Indian education to the entire school. And so that way we can hopefully be able to provide a different worldview for every student that's there, and be able to reconnect some of our students, some of our tribal citizens who may not have those abilities yet. And then Danny, you're up. This is your slide.
Yep. So why build a language and culture nest for teenagers? So we're honoring the 7 generation teachings by hosting Ojibwe language and cultural classes and opportunities. We're infusing our community with Ojibwe language and culture classes. Providing these opportunities for our young people will plant seeds that will begin to heal generational trauma. Our elders have taught us that these organic connections to the community have reversed effects of generational trauma. So this program is about healing. Elders and youth are at the forefront of our cultural teachings, and so we're providing a program that connects our elders to our youth, and as a way of honoring all of our teachings.
Okay, well, if you were going to send your kids to school in Germany, you'd expect them to speak the German language, to sing German songs, to eat German food, and absorb German culture. Vermilion Country School is in the heart of the 1854 treaty area. It is an Anishinaabe Aki, and we need to normalize, we hope to normalize Ojibwe language, culture, history, and knowledge into our school's curriculum, because we believe that's not just the benefit, the more than half of the Indian students that are there, half of our students are Indian kids, but also to benefit our community as a whole, and to build bridges between people that are long lasting. Indian education is not a separate entity at Vermilion Country School. It is part of all of our curriculum right now, and we hope to begin to decolonize the whole structure of education at our school to make it more accessible and more wide-ranging than it is now. We consider ourselves building a long-term supportive alternative for students who don't get that in their own schools. And a lot of that has to do with institutions that are there's a kind of cognitive dissonance with Indian students who live in Indian community and then have to go into a system that is oftentimes awkward and disrespectful to their culture and language.
And so some of the things that we do right now benefit all students, such as learning Anishinaabe. Everyone's learning Anishinaabe language. We believe it's the language that all the earth around Vermilion Country School heard for hundreds of years before folks came in and started speaking English. And as we teach that language, or as we teach history classes, we based our credit-bearing state standard meeting curriculum around teaching the history of this area. We recognize that there's some things that we could be doing stronger. We are in closer partnership with an educational institution like the Heritage and Cultural Center and with the staff there. And so specifically who we are serving right now, about a third of our students are Boys for It band members, but an additional 25% almost are descendants. So over half of our students have an immediate daily at home connection to the Boys for It community and their identity. But beyond that, we believe that providing Indian education for all, is what we call it, means that the peace of mind, the insight, the wisdom, the kind of grounding that a student might receive at the Indian education program that often happens just in one room at their bigger district. Our whole school is that environment. And there's not a single non-Indian kid who doesn't learn more because of that. But every Indian kid comes in the door, we hope, feels more at home and then has a bigger opportunity to explore the things that are going to help them both in school and then as adults. So specifically, what we aim to do is help Voice for It community members think about how they're going to be when they become adults in their community. So our mission statement is prepare teenagers to become contributing members of their community where they're promoting health and peace and a long-term vision for themselves. And what we'd like to be able to do with our 13, 14, and 15-year-olds is say, let's spend time learning the language. You know, you with your friends. Like all those kids that age, they just want to spend time with their friends. But if we give them an opportunity to spend time with their friends and we're going out to community, going out into doing kind of cultural seasonal activities that put them in touch with their elders, or we send them to Jalen and his amazing staff at the museum and they're helping produce something that then their elders are going to come see. That gives them a real sense of being capable. And for the 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, we want to be able to honor their individual interests and provide credit toward a high school diploma for going and getting involved as a real contributing member or intern at Jalen's place. Or they might get a part-time job either on the res community or outside of it and start to see themselves as an adult in a way that affirms them a little more than sitting in 7 classroom classes a day and thinking, you know, this isn't the kind of wisdom that I thought I learned when I was a little kid or that my elders are talking about. And so our experience is that as we provide this Indigenous education for all, the students who benefit the most are often the Voice for It band member students who haven't succeeded at their previous school because they were told to keep all those parts of themselves at home. So we want them to welcome them in. And we think that the Heritage Center is a place where we can be more involved formally. We can take the funding we receive as a school to hire teachers, and we can dedicate our employee time to partnering with and making use of the time that Jalen and his staff have already prepared for such educational resources at the center. I think we've covered that. So what we're aiming to do is really start small with the support of the Tribal Council with a pilot program at the Heritage Center. And that pilot program would be a couple students who we've prepared and they're ready to go out to the world independently, and they would become interns with some of the staff that Jalen has at his under his discretion, under their time that works for them. And our students would benefit by becoming contributing members of Danny's department with visitor services or with Jess Anderson Ojala's department doing education for the community. And as those internships go, we learn a little bit more about how we need to structure it to make it work both for Heritage Center and for our students. And then we invest in a dedicated employee next year to grow that pilot program a little bit wider into a mentorship program where we're providing the mentors, but our mentors are able to partner directly with the Heritage Center wisdom and staff and understandings so that our mentors have a wider community of people, both educators at Vermilion School and the folks at Heritage Center. And then our mentors are going directly out into the community, primarily focusing on Voice for It students who might not be making progress to graduation now. And then having a Heritage Center resource means that our mentors have a wider range of ideas about how to really ground those students in success in the future. Oh, Danny, back to you.
So they'll have a useful role in the community. Our interns, we're hoping to help them gain self-esteem and respect by contributing to the common good of the tribe. And if you can go to the next slide, what we're imagining this pilot program to look like is that we'll have 1 to 3 students who will work with mentors at the Heritage Center about 4 to 6 hours per week with either Jess Anderson Ojala, she's our culture and language coordinator here, or myself and other museum staff. Their duties will range from helping to host language or culture classes and taking those classes themselves to learning different aspects of how to run the gift shop here. And the goal of this program, again, is to build student confidence and their identity through learning Ojibwe language and culture while they're contributing to the common good.
And then, as I had just mentioned, phase 2 of this project would be Vermilion Country School hiring specifically dedicated mentors to go engage in the outreach in the community to engage students probably aged 14 to 18, who are currently not making progress toward graduation from high school. And so that could be attendance is low and they have a high school. That could be they're looking for an alternative, or it could be we know in working in partnership with some of the folks from the tribe or just our community in general, there are students who could be using their time and talents to work toward that high school diploma, which opens the gates to so many more opportunities in the future. And those students just haven't been welcomed in, supported, or given a path to succeed in a classroom setting before. So our mentors would engage with them. We would use the tools we've been approved by the state to use project-based learning to provide credits toward graduation. But the projects would start to be integrated with the kinds of learning and teachings that happen at the Heritage Center. And so we provide the teachers and the mentors that engage with the students, and then we partner with the Heritage Center to start visiting there regularly with these students individually. Our mentors then have a wider community of people to give input on how to reach those students. So that second phase is really more engaging with individual students and our mentors as outreach specialists working in partnership with the Heritage Center. And then Jess was going to speak about this, but Danny, are you going to take this one?
Yep, I can. Yep.
Great.
So with this next phase, we're looking at a 2-year vision of building a long-term program for Anishinaabe language and culture focused on revitalization and cultural healing. So cultural study will be a main focus of this part of our collaboration. And next slide, please. Again, through providing state academic credit towards a high school diploma, which focuses on standards through the study of Anishinaabe language and culture, we hope to support our even long-term vision that this program will be very supportive and nourishing for students by creating a community of Ojibwe leaders that can be a model that might be transferable to other educational settings.
And so I'm going to talk just in a second about the school's investment in this, but I think it's significant to acknowledge that there are models in northern Minnesota right now for Ojibwe language-focused elementary schools through 6th grade. And what we are aiming to do is connect with those other schools and those communities and have Anishinaabe language and culture be a foundation for 9th through 12th graders to receive their social studies, their literature, their science, and their math credits through cultural engagement, through the Anishinaabe language and cultural teachings and learnings. And then from there, as individuals, think, how in 10 years am I going to be an adult and use this foundation? Rarely do we find a successful 27-year-old boys sport member saying, those 7 hours I spent sitting there as an 11th grader, really helped me do what I'm doing today. But they often say, that mentor I know, or that elder I knew, or that experience I had really doing something, that usually leads to the kind of identity in the future that pays off. And so what we're trying to do is use our school resources, partner with the folks who are spending their whole day talking about Anishinaabe language and culture teaching. Instead of us trying to say, oh yeah, we'll hire someone that'll do that too. We're saying, let's go actually put our resources into this amazing group of people that already have a bunch of momentum on this. And then invest by hiring the folks who are going to deliver the program, and then saying to Jalen and his staff, we'd like to send those folks that we're paying out into the community. How can we do that most successfully? What are the resources for Anishinaabe language and culture teaching that you think are the best students? And so what we are providing is compensation for all the staff that are involved outside of the currently hired Heritage Center staff. Any costs for student transportation or materials or programs, we invest in that from the state funding we get for those students. And then specifically, if there was liability. So the liability insurance for any kind of programming for any students visiting, really we want to cover everything that costs money and make use of the knowledge and the wisdom that Jalen and his staff are creating at the Heritage Center.
And right here, Sam, just to acknowledge, there's a question in the chat from Darren Langren. As we're talking about costs, does Vermilion Country School receive Minnesota Department of Education Indian Education Aid and federal funding for American Indians?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can address that right now. We don't receive Minnesota State Indian Education Aid. We currently enroll 61 students And as of the time of that A calculation last year, we had 19 voice for it band members, so we didn't cross that 20 student threshold. We do receive Title VI funding right now. And in meeting with the Title VI funding is federal education funds that are supposed to be dedicated toward supporting Indigenous students. The Title VI funding right now, we receive about $5,000 worth. When we meet with families, what they want is individual employees to support their students to make academic progress. And so that $5,000 right now goes to a single employee. She goes out into the community and meets with students at libraries or community centers or around their job hours to help them make progress. And so that kind of program we have found in particular benefits students who had not been succeeding before in school. And for instance, there's a student I can think of last year who was a sophomore, really 4 years had struggled with attendance, has extremely high IQ, extremely bright, had struggled for a few years just to finish work and get grades. I don't know if this sounds like any teenagers you know, but what we have found is we worked with that student to catch up on their schoolwork last June and July. They're in a PSEO class now this fall, a class they never would have qualified for if they were at a typical high school. And we've supported them. They have a B average. They finished all their courses in the fall, and they're finishing courses right now as an 11th grader. They have a 20-hour-a-week job working in the community. And suddenly all the behaviors, all the work avoidance, all the sassy language for teachers really is a thing of the past. The student has matured almost, it seems like to us, a decade at a time just in the last 6 months because they got to engage individually with one mentor, one individual identity, and then seeing themselves in the world as a person, not just as a teenager trying to avoid getting in trouble. And so that's the kind of model we're trying to expand upon. What we do right now is we take our general education funding and we put it into those programs that benefit students. And what we're saying is, if we get Indian education money because we enroll more than those 20 students, great. All of that would go directly into this kind of Anishinaabe language and culture program. None of the administrative typical use of those funds that happens at other districts would happen at our school. We do benefit from being a small school. So you're looking at the folks who make the decision. And our school board is 6 people we meet with every month. And what I'd like to do is have an ongoing conversation with the tribal council in order to reach, if school is working great for kids right now, great. We don't want to stop that. But there's a group of boys for teenagers who need an alternative. Let's work together and use our ability to provide credit for those teenagers and then listen to you all say what might work and then put our resources into making that work for those folks who are here. That's the long answer, sorry.
That was great. Thank you.
Yeah. No, go to the bigger slide.
Yeah, so again, we're just looking for permission to work on an MOU to establish that connection with the Heritage Center and Vermilion Country School. So we have a kind of a list of things that we're looking on both sides, what they're going to provide. So again, Vermilion Country School is going to be providing most of the funding to support the students, to support the staff that are working with us. They're not necessarily going to be paying like our staff for additional things. There's no moon landing or anything like that. This is all stuff that the Heritage Center staff has volunteered to do. We're not telling any of our staff that they need to work with students or that they need to do a certain project. We're just kind of taking it however people want to do it. And so Danny and Jess volunteered initially to be a part of this first pilot program. Potentially there's some areas where we could work with the other 2 staff that we have, and then myself as well. But we're just looking to start this program to be able to figure some of that stuff out. We talked a little bit about background checks. So Vermilion Country School will do a background check on their side, but I also mentioned that typically we have interns go through a background check through our HR, and if that has any cost, I think Vermilion Country School would cover that. I think Simona's at like $25, $50, something like that to do a background check. Yeah, about that. That's not a whole lot of money, but if there is any incurred cost to the Heritage Center, I think Vermilion Country School said they'd be willing to help pay for most, if not all of it. And so I think that's kind of what we're all we wanted to talk about today. I think next time we'll bring it up. We'll actually have an MOU, reviewed formally, and kind of our sides kind of talked it out, and hopefully have some sort of agreement to bring up to council at the next time we meet. But is there any questions from the council as of right now?
I got a few words. Imanochigeog, Manwaja, Gichiag, Gagigaduak, Jababadeog. It's crazy that, what goes around comes around. That's the elders used to always say that there was an era and a time where, even for me, 06 to 2010, when I attended Orr High School, I wasn't truly allowed to freely express myself. And this program, what it aims to do, I gotta say, it's profound. I mean, and if anybody who knows Orr High School, it was kind of a high school that's very, you couldn't be cultural without being serious. The kids would laugh, they'd snicker as usual, but yeah, it's just, that's why I said I want to tell these kids so much that, there was a time where the culture, the language, it was always suppressed. Now it's coming back. There's pushback. Everybody wants to be correct nowadays. So that's what you guys will be running into. I run into it all the time. Language educators, that's not how you say it. But this is, I like this. This is really cool. But that's all I'm gonna say, Neil.
Sorry. I just wanted to know, I know you don't have your MOU drafted up yet, but for the heritage staff, I just want to make sure that those hours or whatever kind of, you said volunteer, that's still tracked. So, and then making sure, I know your schedule, Jalen. It's like, my God, what are you doing? You're taking on another project, but you know what I mean? It's like, where does your energy come from? But that's what I want to make sure, that those hours are tracked, and whether they're volunteer or however you're gonna do it, that you're able to take that on, and then that we track it here.
So luckily, I'm just kind of not luckily. I have the fortune of being just the face of bringing it to the council. This was primarily done by Jess and Danny that wanted to do the partnership. I think Sam had come and talked to Jess and myself about potentially doing the partnership. And, one of the ways that I have supervised my staff is if they have all their stuff done and they have more time, they can do almost whatever they want with it. And so Jess thought that this was a good program to do, and Danny, same as with her. She had thought that this was a good program to get started. So as of right now, it's Jess and Danny that are doing the pilot program. Eventually there's going to be we're going to find a way that I can come in and out every once in a while to work with some of these students. And I'm sure that there'll just be some times where they'll come and sit with me for 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I just kind of joke about it, where whenever Perry is working there, I was like, well, we don't really have too many people to BS with on the regular day-to-day thing. So it's like, we'll have to sit and talk for a little bit, but we're not like, like whenever I'm here, I can go to the bathroom or something, and then I run into somebody and we sit there and talk for 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So for me, at least, it's less of me doing the work personally, but it would be Danny, Jess, and then the VCS staff that'll be helping with that. We can definitely track those. I'm sure they'll be tracked as well with the student side, and so we can kind of mirror those and say, like, just have them designate who they were working with or whatever. And I wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be changing any of our positions to being like a covered position through HR. And so we wanted to keep not the hours minimal, but at a space where we're kind of cognizant of people's time to get their other jobs, their main jobs done and completed, to be able to also take on this task as well.
Well, and I might just add, for the language and cultural nest program, our idea is that there'll be a small group of students, maybe 6 to 10, who start the program, and that is their school. So we provide a van, We provide, classroom space, but visiting the Heritage Center is probably a primary part of that program. And for our school, once 8 students are dedicated to a program, we can provide one FTE teacher to facilitate. And so the real goal, I think, here would be that, 1 year from now, we're looking at the fall of 2026, having ideally 10 7th, 8th, and 9th grade students wanting to go through a program toward high school graduation where Anishinaabe language and culture is the program. And so we set their entire 5-day schedule around that, but we provide the full-time teacher to handle that time. And the same thing for the intervention and mentorship program for older students is that once we have 8 students minimum, once we have about 8 to 12 students, that's 1.0 FTE of an employee from us who's really just interfacing that program. And if there become incurred costs from the Heritage Center staff, then I want to work with Jalen Tribal Council to make sure that we cover those also. I feel like the state gives about $7,000 plus some other stuff. So it's about $10,000 per student to get a public education. And I think that, even within 5 miles of us sitting right here, I bet there's half a dozen high schoolers who could use this kind of program to make better progress. So, so it's really, 8 students for us is a full-time person we can dedicate. And I want that person to be able to just integrate into what Jess and Danny are doing and help them get their jobs done with the community.
One thing I'd like to point out is that I'm all for using the education system to bring the culture, the language, and the traditions back.
Yeah.
Because they use the education system to try to eradicate it. And that's why when we met with Governor Walz a few times, is that I advocated for mandatory funding for the language and culture, like they have for French and the Spanish language. I said, you got to have that type of funding set aside just for the language culture, for us as Native people. And I do support this project fully. And we need to do everything and anything we can do to try to retain what we have and bring back what we can. And through this process is to give the younger generations what we learn later in life, and to give them that benefit, the benefit of our experience, our knowledge, so that when they get to be our age, they'll have a way better understanding than what we do and what we did. I keep sharing this is even with us as boys sport. If you look at the 1866 treaty, now this is from their standpoint. Under Article 1, it says, the peace and friendship now existing between the United States and said boy sport bands of Indians shall be perpetual. Now, that's how they recorded their history. That's how they saw us. They saw us as bands. The teaching that I got is that we weren't bands, we were clans. We were staying within our respective clans. Like the Drifts stayed out at the Indian Point. The Goods guys were over in Sugarbush. My grandmother's family, the farmers, they were on Farmer John's Landing. The Strongs, they were down in Strongville. They all stayed within their clans, their family. And, we as a council hopefully look at getting our name changed the way it should be, as it's recognized in 1866 treaty. Boys sport bands. Instead of saying Indians, we could say Anishinaabe. And like I was pointed out before at the when we had that event down at St. Paul, and we were talking about the band logos. I said they had the Boy Scout band logo up there, but it was the second logo. I said that's not the original logo. The original logo had the white ducks on it, and the reason why the ducks were white is because they were representing spirit ducks. And if you look at the original logo, it's broken up into 4 quadrants. The number 4. Well, the number 4 is sacred to us as Anishinaabe for a reason. And as we move forward and start to getting everybody to come together to put their knowledge into this curriculum so that the younger kids will be able to learn that. even the clans, so the families had their own individual knowledge that they had. The star knowledge, stuff we see up there, the constellations, what they mean, the teachings behind them, the teachings behind the Northern Lights, and what when you dream of those, when you see the figures inside the Northern Lights, what that means, the water drums. And I think that we as a council need to do everything we can to help make this a success. Thank you.
I think it sounds like a really great project start that is going, and I see the start of it being, a few students or whatever, and in my eyes, just thinking about the future of what this could turn into, Jalen and your staff, Danny, and everybody. I think including all the band member kids throughout, trying to incorporate this together. I think this small start is great, but I think in all reality, I'd like these same type of services put to all the schools with our kids in it. And I hear Vermilion Country School, it just sounds like it's doing a great job with what they have to offer. A place for our kids to go when they're having troubles in the school district the way they are right now. So, I commend you guys on this, and I think bringing all this culture and heritage back to the kids, even to the ones outside of your school district or in a different district, would be greatly beneficial. And I'd like that to be a goal to be set upon too. Thank you guys.
I would just like to say is that a band member just texted me, and they said that, the janitors and all the other staff either be fluent or learn the language too, so that when they see the kids out in the hallway, they'll be able to converse with them in the language to reinforce that knowledge of the language. And my Auntie Karen, she's exactly right. You need to hear it every day. And she always says that you need to hear the language in order to learn it. You need to hear it repetitively. And I think that's the only ways that we're going to get it back is by doing something like this. And myself, when we have a consultation with the Minnesota Department of Education, if there's anything that we can do to advocate for this, please let us know, and we'll do exactly just that.
What our goal is to make a roadmap for other schools to do this as well. Because this needs to be part of every single child's education in this entire Anishinaabe. And a lot of times people don't do it simply because they don't understand how to do it. And sometimes it's because they're so immersed in the Western European educational system that our kids are floating around in, that they can't imagine anything else. And we struggle with that sometimes with our own teachers, is trying to get them to bridge that gap, that the knowledge that Anishinaabe hold is should be elevated to the same level as Western European knowledge. And that's a big struggle, because every part of the system, from early childhood all the way up to your PhD, all of those programs are designed on a system that is foreign to Indian people. Liz Jockola, who is working on her master's degree in musical or a PhD in musicology at the University of Minnesota, is faced with this constantly, because her thesis is on Anishinaabe singing. And those elements of transforming systems are the foundation of this program as well. So I hope that.
Wanda, next time we have a consultation with the Minnesota Department of Education, can you bring this project up? Thank you. So what do we gotta do, Miranda?
Jeff says, uh, I recommend that an MOU be adopted to formalize this partnership if council is supportive of moving forward. Jeff can work with Jalen to put that together. So there is no formal action at this time needed, correct, Jalen?
Yeah, no formal action, just mostly bringing it up to council to see if they're supportive. And then we'll go back and kind of come up with an MOU, work with legal departments to figure that out, and then come back later on to present that again to the council to get signature.
I think, as you start to work on developing your curriculum and the history, is that to document the history from our standpoint, not from the outside standpoint, is that the way it's written down in the treaties is that the way it makes it sound like we came here for Lake Vermilion, and we didn't come here for Lake Vermilion. We came here for this lake down here. And that the story is broken up into two, and actually it's only one story. It's just that there's two stories, and that first story, it is that old man that led the people up the Lost River. The second one is that another tribe, a smaller tribe, was staying down in Hibbing and Chisholm area, and that young man tracked a moose for a couple of days, 2 days, 2 nights, following it north, and it was in the fall time. And when he got to the south side of the lake, he said he could look down, he could see what he thought looked like a field. Took off running down. He got to the edge of the lake, the south side of the lake. He went east, came back to where he came from, back that same spot, went west. He was looking out at the lake and he came back again. He made up a camp. The next morning, he packed up all his belongings and went back and got the people and brought them forward. We have history of the battles with the Sioux. When there's a burial ground out by Palmquist somewhere. And during that battle, some of our people came out to Big Island and stayed on Big Island. The Sioux wouldn't come out there. But there's a battleground out there. There's another battleground by Dean Hill. And one of the teachings, the stories that I have is that they gave us a drum as a peace offering, not the drum, but a drum as a peace offering. Stuff like that needs to be recorded. Thank you.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really appreciate about this program and having Sam and Becky. Like, a part of it is that they're wanting us to be the ones to dictate how the program goes and how, like, what we determine as a successful program, and having our story being the forefront of that. And it's pretty common where, like, they'll ask, usually around the springtime, we get a lot of schools that'll ask us for to come in and do presentations or come in or do a tour of the Heritage Center, mostly because they haven't been able to fill that mark that said they covered these topics. And then we'll go into the schools, and then the teachers are using it as a prep hour, and they're not actually paying attention. And some of the kids are looking around, and eventually they're not paying attention. And so it's kind of like a thing where there's an investment within the head of the head of the school, and kind of working its way through there. We're setting up. We set up some tours for all the staff to come in, tour the museum, and so that way they're like you were saying, a little bit like all the staff is just a little bit more comfortable with talking about some of these topics, or eventually speaking the language a little bit more within the everyday working hours, and being able to work with the students to help them feel more comfortable with that part of their identity.
Any other questions from council or comments?
I just have a couple more questions, and this probably be defined in your MOU. Is you talked about success and how you're going to measure that. I'm a numbers person, so if you could go ahead and quantify that and qualify that to see, to give us more information on how you're going to set this up, and then how you're going to measure that success later. I hate to sound like, I don't know, like state education, you know what I mean? With the numbers and measuring and how you measure that success. But I think that would be key in getting more funding, that kind of stuff. So we still need to be remembering that part of it too. English. Absolutely.
There was a comment online, or a question. Has MDE consulted with the tribe with their efforts in their Indian Education for All initiative?
Yeah, I think Bond, I guess if you want to speak a little bit more on that, but from what I was aware, they had contacted Bonda, and then Bonda had sent an email to us, and we had worked on a kind of a history of Boys Fort kind of worksheet that we had, and we sent that to Vonda to utilize for that. Go ahead, Vonda.
Yep, so Jalen's correct. The last 2 years, a JPA was signed with Boys Fort and MDE, where we've received a certain amount of money to create Boys Fort stories, which I worked with Jalen on. And those stories are going to go into an Indigenous education for all curriculum. My throat is really sore today, sorry. And so eventually by 2026, they are hoping that this curriculum from all of the stories across Minnesota will be combined and presented into the school districts to use.
Thank you, Rhonda. Any other questions from council, or if nothing else, Chi Miigwech?
Miigwech.
All right, up next, we got Brian Whiteman, Doris, and SRF Consulting.
Good morning.
Morning.
Brian's not with us today. He had another commitment, and so I'm going to introduce the SRF firm. For the audience's sake, I just wanted a little background. Through the course of looking for grants for transportation, a lot of the grants require that you have a safety action plan. And so that's something that we didn't, or we had one, but ours was expired. And so we wrote a grant and we got the funding to hire our contract with SRF consulting firm. And these are the gentlemen here. I'm just going to turn it over to them, let them introduce themselves. And they will be going over the plan, and then at the end of the plan presentation, we have a resolution that we're asking the tribal council to consider adopting, and that resolution is a support of the safety action plan.
Sorry. Morning. My name is Matt Knight. I'm a transportation planner with SRF Consulting. I've been working with Brian and Doris for approximately the last year on the development of this plan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie Wark. I'm with SRF as well, just as support staff to Matt. Again, working with Carol, Brian, and Doris.
Just have a handful of slides here I was hoping to share. Really what I was hoping to do is walk through the Safe Streets for All, just kind of give a background on that program, then talk through kind of the different components that are required as part of that program, and how as a project team, we've really strived to meet all those criteria. So share my screen. sure I'm projecting the wrong screen. Bear with me here for just a second. All right. So I'll go through kind of an overview here. Really, the Safe Streets for All program was passed into law back in 2022. And it's a 5-year program that allocates $5 billion to safety throughout the country. And like Doris said, back in 2022, they applied and was awarded to approximately $221,000 for the development of the plan. Applicant eligibility, it's open to rural communities, regional planning commissions and council and governments, transit agencies, tribal consortiums, and universities, school districts, and public health entities. So individual states are not eligible for this program. It's more local agencies. And there's 2 types of grants. The first one being the planning and demonstration grant. And that's the phase that we are currently in. Like Doris said, in order to apply for the implementation grants, you need to have a plan. So that's what we've been working on. The 2025, we just approximately a week ago, the notice of funding opportunity came out. We know there's a deadline on June 26th. So from a timing perspective, I think, getting this plan wrapped up here in the near future, Doris and team would be eligible for looking for implementation grants. And I think ultimately that's the goal is, yes, to have a plan, but then to actually have projects happen, safety projects. Any questions about the program? I know this is really at a high level, but.
Question right off the bat is that, with if the council does approve this, do they come in, do they want to review what we just approved?
It will be part of the plan. Yep. And you're talking about the resolution?
No, the actual safety plan itself. Will they come in and say, we need to review the safety plan you guys just approved? Does it meet the criteria that we have set forth? And if it doesn't, what do we do?
So I was hoping to go through all the criteria and kind of show, what we've done.
Mhm.
And I have a slide in here that's called the self-certification worksheet. And that's where you go through and actually document each of the criteria and where it is in the plan and how that criteria was met.
So then I'm assuming that you would need this approved first. And if it meets their requirements, then we'll be able to apply for these grants then. Is that my understanding?
I guess my understanding, Jamie, I don't know, it sounds like it's part of the process when you
Yeah.
apply for the implementation grants. I don't think, and we do have members from, say, Federal Highway as part of the team, and they'll be doing a review. But I think it gets more scrutiny when you do apply for the implementation grants.
Right. So the plan itself is part of the planning document that identifies potential projects, prioritizes them and such. So when you do apply for that grant application and in the specific SS4A, it needs to follow certain criteria that Matt's going to talk about here shortly. When you apply for that grant to go after the implementation or construction dollars, then that's when they give it that real thorough review to make sure it's qualified to proceed to be eligible for the grant application.
Thank you.
Does that help clarify? Okay. All right, so this is what I was speaking to here. This is, and I know you can't see it, it's more just so you can see it's out there. But it's what's called the self-certification worksheet. There, at the time we applied or the band applied for the safety plan dollars, there were 9 criteria. That's changed a little bit. Now there's 8. But this is really where we're documented. Yes, we've done it. And the form looks a little bit different now. It actually asks where in the plan are these criteria covered.
One thing I'll add is that one of the requirements is that it is posted online. So the tribe will post this final planning document online for, so when we do submit, or if Doris decides to submit a grant application, we have to put that website as one of the requirements of the grant so they can review it that way.
Randy, is he here?
And while he's coming, I'll just say, that is one of the components too, is progress and transparency. And that's where the transparency comes in is just making it available to the public.
Okay, the reason why I asked for Randy is he's an IT guy, so he can come in and say, oh, we're gonna have this available online so that we're meeting the criteria.
Right, and we've had those internal discussions with Brian, Doris, and Carol about that, so that is on the radar.
Oh, you go ahead and continue on. Once Randy
Okay.
comes in, we'll ask him.
Okay. So as far as the components, the first one, and a big part of the reason why we're here today is the leadership commitment and goal setting. The program requires, one or a couple things. One, a target date for achieving 0 roadway fatalities and serious injuries, or a significant reduction in fatalities and serious injuries by a certain date. And that's where, we've developed the resolution, hoping for your support. I don't know if you've had an opportunity. I think there's 5 or 6 different goals that we've set in here. The first one being that the band's goal is to achieve 0 pedestrian or roadway fatalities and serious injuries across the reservation by the year 2045. And I know that sounds challenging. It's a really lofty goal. But I think the reason why they want to see that commitment, I think it's more of a mindset. Let's keep safety in mind and let's do everything we can to reach that goal.
If I may interrupt here, we got Randy here. Randy, one of the things that we need to get done here is once we get this approved and everything is good to go, it needs to be posted on the tribal government website. How long will it take to get that done?
Less than 24 hours.
Okay.
Just send me the information. We can start working on it immediately.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
So back to the goals, the second goal, the band will apply annually for a minimum of 2 transportation improvement grant opportunities to reduce fatal and serious injuries. This is just staying on top of things, looking for opportunities. And that's one thing the plan will do, is it will identify opportunities outside of just this program. We're looking at, both federal and local grant programs.
Right, Matt's making a good point here is that we are meeting all the requirements for this specific grant. But the requirements for this specific grant will cover almost all other transportation related grants as well. So it's opening an it's documenting the need, but also opening the door for multiple other opportunities for the band to pursue transportation safety related funds. So it doesn't have to be just this program.
And then the next goal, the band will strive to improve pedestrian safety by 50% by implementing 2 strategies by the year 2035. And for this goal, we just really, for the reduction to 0, we're looking 20 years out. That's why we called out 2045. But then really we want to, 10 years from now, let's look and make sure we're making progress.
I think the main component or difference here is this is specific to pedestrian safety. The earlier one is you could be attributed both pedestrian and vehicular. So this is a target on just pedestrian safety in the next 10 years.
Next goal, the band will improve their collection of crash data by contacting or working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs or other law enforcement agencies. It talks about within 1 year meeting and develop a reporting process and then obtaining crash data twice a year. And that's one of the struggles that we had, working with, the only crash data that we had out there that we had available to us was what is available through the state. And just, I think, there are approximately 10 or 11 crashes recorded within the reservation over the last 5 years. And just talking to stakeholders or staff, we learned that there's been a lot more crashes than that. And what we found out, we tried to reach out to the BIA, we reached out, look for alternative ways to get crash information. We reached out to the counties, some of their emergency response, just to see if there was anything out there. But I think the BIA is who the band should work with, just to keep that updated. And why that's important too is, a lot of these grant opportunities, they're competitive. And it'll put the band in a better situation to secure funding for safety.
Right. A lot of these grants are, like Matt said, very competitive. They're also data driven. So when we lack the crash data to accurately depict what's out there, it's a challenge. So Matt will get into this a little bit more. We tried multiple times to get to access the crash data the BIA has, and we had struggles with it. So instead of using that, we supplemented that crash data with public engagement. So we came over twice last summer, once to Net Lake, once to Lake Vermilion, and attended the powwows and really reached out to a lot of the community members asking for that type of input because we struggled to get the hard crash data. So this plan is supplemented through a robust community engagement, which I think is great for the tribe, for the bands.
Well,
We also did a survey online and requested information from anybody that would respond to it. Just trying to gather data that just is not there. And tribes nationwide. We were at a summit a couple of weeks ago, and a transportation summit, and we've learned that tribes nationwide face that same issue, that they just don't have the crash data. And so then they're working at developing creative ways to gather this data. For us, we have a person that's affiliated with this project from Johns Hopkins, and she will be helping us to develop some type of system that we can use to gather that data. I interrupted you.
my question is, we're talking about the grant process, and you talked about 2 different grants that we could be going after. My question is that, and with these grants, is there going to be a grant match requirement?
There is, says 4A, there is a 20% local match required. I know, and Jamie, you do more grant writing than I do, can maybe speak to the program. MnDOT has a program, a reimbursement program. I'm not sure what funding is available through it, but if you commit or apply for a project and are awarded funding, they've been reimbursing local agencies at 20%.
Right. So Matt's right. There's a 20% match up front. So if the tribe was to pursue a implementation or construction grant through a project, tribe would have to commit to that 20% match up front. Now, if submitted and awarded, like Matt said, MnDOT does have a reimbursement program. And if there are funds available, you could then apply or reach out to MnDOT to be reimbursed for that 20% back. Now, if there's funds in there, then you would be eligible for those funds. But it's a pot of money that could also dry up. So there's just no guarantee there. But up front, the tribe would have to commit to 20% of that construction project that they are submitting for if they are awarded.
My question is to Kim, with the grant matches that are coming with these grants, are there any concerns from accounting, money-wise?
So one other thing I'd like to point out, FHWA, Federal Highway Administration, made a change starting last year in which tribes can use their TTP money, their Tribal Transportation Program money, as a match. Previously, tribes were not allowed to do that. So that is a change. That program is always short on funds as well. So they did try to make a change to accommodate tribes moving forward by allowing TTP money to be used as a match.
Well, thank you. Miranda, can you double check with Jeff on that, what he just talked about, and follow up on that and let the council know? Kim?
Yeah, I know that is a regulation that was changed in the because it flows through self-governance and stuff. When we were first applying for it, very first, when the money for these projects came out, they said that you could not use the TTP funds. And then when they then as we progressed through the applications and stuff, they had made a change. And Todd Kennedy from the BIA Roads we had a couple of meetings with him. I think Doris and I had meetings with him talking about it like 3 years ago. Talking, starting back and forth. My only question is do we have to get that on our inventory to be able to access, how you do the think we have a roads inventory thing, you know, those steps, I just can't think, there's one more in there that I just can't think of it.
There would need, Kim, there would need to be, if the tribe owns it, then the tribe can
Yeah,
just move ahead with it. If there, I believe if it's the tribe does not own it, they could either add it to the inventory
uh-huh,
through a small process.
yeah,
Or I believe they can also potentially get in a partnership in which they could get approval or support from
Mhm.
that ownership.
yeah. Because the band had done something similar. When they did I think the Hitchcock Road a little bit. They had partnered and did something, so it's doable. And in that, and it's in our funds. Or we have funds that potential funds we could use as a match, depending on how big the match is too.
One thing I will say is that MnDOT has, and I came up here with MnDOT to meet with Doris and Carol to discuss that program, if you remember that, Doris, or not. So it is something that we've been discussing internally while completing this plan, is to keep in mind, be mindful of that 20%. You know, if you're looking at, for example, we assisted a different tribe last year in submitting a pedestrian shared use path project. And the cost of that project was about 1.3 million for construction. So the tribe had to put up 20%, which is about $300,000. So I just want to give you a comparison to what that 20% averages out to.
I think one thing we need to look at too is how much can we do grant match wise as a tribal government, and set a threshold if we don't have one now, but set a threshold that once we hit that threshold, we can't keep doing the grant match in monetary way, but maybe if there's another way that we can do it, then.
Right, and in the past, we've have presented or prepared resolutions that have specific numbers in there, but we also don't want to handcuff anybody here, and so we've left these goals kind of high level with the hope of keeping it to like the two grant applications a year type of thing. And they can be smaller grants, or they can be some that are some of the larger ones as well. So, and they can be construction, they can be planning. Just the opportunity to really build off of a plan and document the need is usually the first step. And then once you get that need documented, then it gives you a better chance to really go and pursue those construction and implementation grants.
Thank you.
And that's where,
Thank you, Kim.
that's where the next goal kind of gets into. It states the band will allocate funds in the Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP, for safety specific projects with a goal to reduce fatal and serious crashes by 50% by the year 2035. So that's really where the financial commitment is. It's just stating that you will allocate dollars in the TIP for safety specific projects. And then the last goal just states that completion of the safety action plan will include all criteria required to pursue federal transportation funds, including through the Federal Highway Administration SS4A grant program. So that's where, you know, your question earlier, where we hit on that in the goals here. So that's the first component. Any questions about the leadership commitment and goal setting before I move on to the next one?
I think we safely covered that part, right?
Safely, I like it. So the next one's planning structure. And this is really saying that as part of the plan, development, a committee, task force, implementation group, or similar body charged with oversight of the action plan development, implementation, and monitoring. And I think, you know, the whole point here is, you know, staff changes. So we don't want just one person, you know, controlling the plan and the implementation and monitoring. You know, we try to develop a team. And really the core team we had here was Brian Whiteman, Doris, Carol, and we had Christy Sebastian from Federal Highway was a pretty active participant. But larger than this, when we talk stakeholders, we tried to make a pretty diverse group. You know, in addition to Boys Fort, staff. You know, we had federal highway representatives, Johns Hopkins, you know, Midwest Assistance Program. But then we also had other agencies, you know, such as MnDOT and local county or counties were included as well.
I was just gonna say, wastewater is unique. There are properties or land holdings spread out. And so you are within the reservation boundaries, and to connect to the other ones, obviously you're using both tribal and non-tribal roads. And it goes both ways. Non-tribal members are using band members roads as well. So having those additional stakeholders from the counties and state was very important.
And when we talk about the planning or development, you know, that's what we've been doing, implementation. But then in addition to that, monitoring, you know, looking at, you know, okay, so we've implemented these safety projects, you know, monitoring if they're effective or not, you know, going into the future. Any planning structure questions before I move on? Oh. We kind of touched on this, but, you know, one of the components is a safety analysis. You know, and this is where we ran into challenges. You know, this here, you know, this is the last 5 years. You can see it says there were no crashes reported within, you know, the village of Net Lake, and, you know, just through conversation, we know that's not true. So, you know, we worked with the data that we had and really tried to supplement that through our engagement, you know, just listening to community members about safety concerns.
Matt, I think the one thing I'd also like to point out is it's not always just crash data related. Regardless, we were going to reach out to the community members. The crash data may only tell part of the story. There's also spots that are less safe than others that we wanted to get the feedback from local representation. So that was good information that we were able to gather throughout.
Nope, you bring up a good point. And just because there isn't a crash history doesn't mean that the risk isn't there. So
some of the information that we got was from the ambulance service, and a lot of times, or some of the times, there's may have been an accident and the ambulance wasn't called, or maybe they ran off the road and the police weren't called. So there's a lot of there's crashes where they've not been reported. So that's the unknown.
Right. Thanks, Doris. That's a good point. Single vehicle accidents are underreported. We know that. So again, using that community engagement, it's really helpful.
Lieutenant Josh Cox sent a comment just to contact BIA law enforcement assistant for BIA FOIA accident records.
okay. Thank you. So moving on to the next component, engagement and collaboration. And this is where it was already mentioned. You know, we had a stakeholder group that we met with regularly. We attended the 2 powwows, a lot of good FaceTime with community members, a lot of good conversations happening. Doris mentioned the community survey that was put out there, and I think we had seemed like it took a little bit, but we got, I feel like, good responses. And then lastly, we held a technical and engagement workshop. It was kind of a half-day working meeting. You were there. So these are what we did as a project team, you know, to reach out to the public. Equity considerations. So this is the checklist that we were working off. Like a lot of things with the new administration, things have changed a little bit, you know, when the band applies, or if the band applies for implementation grants through this, or this new NOFO, the equity considerations have changed. They've kind of been pulled out, you know, but we did it just because it was part of the requirements, you know, until recently here. Next component, policy and process changes. You know, we looked at local policies, plans, guidelines, just and looked for opportunities to really implement more safety into these plans. And that'll be, or is summarized in the safety action plan. Any questions on equity or policy and process changes?
One thing I'll say about the equity section is that, again, the current administration is taking less of a focus off equity. There are still information and data out there that identifies the reservation as an area of persistent poverty and things like that, that still are important pieces of information that need to be shared in these grant applications. So they are trying to remove some equity components, but there's still a way to keep some of those important pieces of information as part of the grant applications moving forward.
So strategy and project selection, we've really used the crash data that we have, the engagement, what we've heard to identify project locations and different strategies that are for those locations. And we've developed a list. We're identifying short, mid, and long-term ranges, looking at, all of these projects. We identify partnering agencies, as we talked about earlier, they'll have to be worked with, either MnDOT or the local counties if it's their jurisdiction. So, and we're also, with each of the projects too, we identify potential funding sources. I know we've touched on this one a little bit, but progress and transparency. Really, we're identifying a method to measure progress over time after the action plan is developed. But then also, this states that it must include a minimum annual public and access reporting on progress towards reducing roadway fatalities and serious injuries. And that needs to be posted online as well. So once a year, Brian or Doris will need to, look at crash history and how things have hopefully improved.
It will be challenging though, because of that lack of crash data that we have access to right now. So we're going to try to compare apples to apples, but it might not work out that way. So one way of doing this is to keep engaging the community and finding out if they think things are working, certain projects, improvements, ideas, grant applications, things like that.
So those were the components. Next steps we're looking for. We're looking for support from the council, obviously, with passing the resolution. We've got a draft of the community safety action plan that's going through. The project team is reviewing that, and we're hoping to finalize that here within the next couple of weeks. So that's what I had today. Again, just kind of the team here. Any questions?
Any questions from council?
I have one really quick. What's the duration of the safety plan? It says March 2025. I'm guessing April to when, since the current one is lapsed.
That's a good question. Doris, you had commented about it being expired.
Yeah, the last plan we had was 3 years.
And the intention of this is it should be a living plan and be addressed or updated. Like anything, priorities change.
Yeah, and it's referencing 2035 and,
Right.
Oh, that's just
beyond, so.
dates. Yep. Nope, that's not saying the plan. That's just as we set the goals.
Yeah, I know, but the goals are in the document. Then if the document's only 3 years old, or if we're going to, update it every 3 years, or how that's gonna go. That's what I was wondering.
Sure.
Sure. I would say that typically we try to shoot to update these every 5 years. Now, this one specifically was applied for under that new SS4A grant opportunity. And so the previous one also would not have met the criteria of this program. So again, Doris identified that, pursued the funds, was able to secure the funds, And that's why this one was updated probably a little bit sooner than it would have been normally, but about 5 years is what we shoot for.
Any other questions from council? If not, Miranda, can you read the last two, the last whereas, and then now therefore be it resolved on a resolution? Thank you.
Just take me a second to get there. I was at the end of the plan. So the last two whereas and then now therefore be it resolved. Whereas the band will allocate funds in the Transportation Improvement Program, TIP, for safety-specific projects with a goal to reduce fatal and serious crashes by 50% by the year 2035. And whereas completion of the Safety Action Plan will include all criteria required to pursue federal transportation funds, including through the Federal Highway Administration's SS4A grant program. Therefore, be it resolved that the Bois Forte Reservation Tribal Council hereby supports the development of the Bois Forte Safety Action Plan to identify specific safety strategies for at-risk transportation system locations with the goal of eliminating fatal and serious crashes within the boundaries of the Bois Forte Reservation by the year 2045.
Thank you, Miranda. If there are no further questions or concerns or comments, I ask for a motion to approve the resolution.
Just for recording purposes, that will be 91-2025 resolution number.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Perry. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Only it goes up. Oops.
We are,
Goes on 45, how old are we?
we are gonna take a 6-minute break so people can go have a quick cigarette. Take a quick break. There you go, wellness break. Yes, thank you. All right, to call the meeting back into session at 11:25 a.m. Up next, we have Rihanna Strong with the Vermilion Head Start bid recommendations.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am filling in for Christine. I will try to answer any questions you guys have the best that I can, but this is my first time presenting any kind of construction stuff, so take it easy on me.
Was there
So
any
our
concerns, Miranda? Was there any concerns from Jeff on this one?
Jeff says no concerns about council awarding project to bidder recommended by staff / DSGW. We can then work on finalizing the finalizing the contract for the project.
Any concerns from Kim and accounting on this one? No concerns from Kim. Any concerns from Rihanna?
Nope.
No? Any
Nope.
questions? Hold on. We have Carol Burr.
So once you guys make your motion or to approve this contractor, they're going to need to do the actual contract right up immediately. And I believe Jeff already has that going in place, but they'll have to have it polled just to give you a heads up because their deadline for their funding is June 30th or the end of June. So the contractor's only going to have like 2 months to work. So the sooner that they can start, the better. They're hoping to start this week, but we're not sure if that's going to happen yet, just to give you a heads up.
Thank you, Carol.
So with that, if they don't get done within that time frame, then what happens?
Well, if they don't spend that money, they'll have to send it back to Head Start. So they have to finish it. I mean, it's almost like our public works building. We had to finish it at a certain time. And I'm not sure if I don't think they can do an extension on it. So,
yeah, I'm not sure.
yeah, we've talked about that in the past and I don't think they could.
Yeah, it's already been
So,
extended already.
yeah.
So, this process gets started, and once we get towards the end of the month, is someone going to be assessing this and seeing where they're at and say, okay, looks like we're going to be able to finish on time or ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Continue forward. Then if it says, no, we're not going to look like we're going to finish on time, then we need to do the extension or what?
Yeah, that'll be a Head Start question.
Okay.
And that is something I will have to find out because I am not too sure at this moment.
Correct.
Yeah, and as far as we know, we're at our last extension too, because this was already extended from 2023.
So this funding was part of our 24-25, our 2-year Minnesota State Head Start grant. The first year we were awarded 100,000 and the second year we were awarded 100,000. So 200,000 total towards the construction project. Now the grant does end on June 30th and we haven't received clarification from Jeannie from the state whether or not we can go ahead and extend. We have worked with Lency Construction and they understand that they have 150 days period. And they did actually come back after they submitted their bid, they came back and changed the amount of time that it would take to complete the project because they understand the urgency of getting the money spent.
Now, with that, and then also with the increasing of materials and stuff, is there any concerns with that, like construction costs or the prices are going to go up? Is there any concerns with that?
So there were concerns because originally all of the bids had came in over and Jim Bardo and Eric from DSGW have worked with Lency to make sure that they understand this is a dollar amount. They have since gone in, evaluated reevaluated everything and cut several costs down. So they were able to bring those construction costs down to also include some leftover dollars within that 200,000 to cover our DSGW costs.
I did see on a letter from DSGW where they talked about Lancy Enterprises has successfully completed other projects for this architects. Have they completed projects for Boys Fort?
They currently, they did in the past. I can't tell you off the top of my head which ones those are, but I could go back and look and send you an email on which projects they've worked on with Boys Fort. And just to let you know, another heads up is I'm going to collect all the information on the shortage, what they couldn't do to the building because they didn't have enough funding. And I've already talked to IRRB and we can do a application to them and their 200,000 could be their match for that. We already double checked on that because it's state and state funding. And they said that we could still apply for them. So I'm trying to get them more money so that they can finish this in time. So, or go into a later time.
Okay, any questions from council? Concerns? No. Miranda, have any? Nothing? Well, if there's no other questions or concerns or comments from council, I'm looking for a motion to approve Lancy Enterprises. Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Perry. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. There you go, Rihanna. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vonda, and thank you, Carol, too.
Up next, we got Teresa Drift with Resolution 84-2025, appointment to the Minnesota Tribal Collaborative. Morning.
Good morning. Boys Fort is a part of the Minnesota Tribal Collaborative and have been for quite a while. We have a resolution, an MOU with the Tribal Collaborative as of, that was signed last year on 2/27/24. And at that, prior to that, we had Dan Rabideau as our voting member on the Tribal Collaborative. And now we're looking to change that to Melita Klechka Spears because Dan just doesn't have the time. We do have to follow certain voting or certain guidelines from the collaborative to for our voting member. And they must be an employee and then also a member descendant of a federally recognized tribe. So, and Melita is who we have talked about and decided to put as our representative, sorry.
Any questions from council? Any questions, any concerns from Jeff on this one? Nothing?
He did provide the resolution and on the 27th.
Okay. If there are no questions or concerns from council, I ask for a motion to approve the resolution 84-2025 appointment to the Minnesota Tribal Collaborative. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. There you go.
Thank you. I think that was
Thank
my
you.
shortest time here before ever. So thank you.
Up next, we got the donation committee recommendations. You want to read them off, Miranda?
Yes. Donation committee recommendations. The first one is $500 to the Indigenous Student Organization of UMD. Second one is $500 to ISD 2142 for the Iron Mosquitoes Indigenous Outreach Team. The third one is $500 to the Northern Twisters Gymnastics. The fourth one is $500 to Next Level BB Academy, Basketball Academy. And the fifth one is $500 to Northwoods Archery 2025.
I think what needs to happen here is because of the Indigenous Students Organization of UMD. My son is part of that committee, so I'm going to have to step back. Somebody else is going to have to ask for a motion to approve it or whatever, and then we'll continue forward with B, C, D, and E. Thank you. We don't have legal on because my son is part of the UMD that's asking for the donation. I kind of wondered if we could just put that in a poll and then just do it that way.
For that one specifically, and then act on the other four?
Yes, yep. So the council will do a poll on the 500 Indigenous Student Organization of UMD. We'll do a poll on that one. And then B, C, D, and E. Any questions or concerns? Any questions or concerns?
I just have a comment. It's really awesome that I got approached by a band member up in Vermilion about the Next Level BB Basketball Academy. That's pretty cool. So I'm all for these donations. So that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Perry. If there are no other questions or concerns, ask for a motion. We'll do a blanket motion to approve B, C, D, and E donation committee recommendations. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next, you got Kim Griner with 4 agenda items. Got the 4, Kim.
Good morning. The first one is agreement and sole source request to North Span for the technical assistance for the SSBCI program. SSBCI is the State Small Business Creditive Initiative. So there was 2 parts to that funding. There was the capital funding, we've talked about the CDs, and I'll be talking about, I have another one to talk about the state small business after too. But, and then there was a second application done for technical assistance. We've been awarded $90,434 for technical assistance. And North Span did help us write the grant to get both of them. But in the application, we had to name North Span as our helper for this program because we don't have anyone in-house. So as band member and businesses need assistance in developing small businesses, they can go and access resources. And Jared, who is I believe he's a Fond du Lac band member, can assist them from, the beginning, like for someone who's just starting a business, and help them with the technical assistance and stuff. And I've attached the proposal. Jeff has reviewed the proposal. He is okay with it. We do have to do a contract, once you approve the proposal, we'll have to do the contract and get that going. And then he is also okay with the sole source because we named it in the application to US Treasury. And if you remember right, US Treasury did I think they did an announcement some time ago, about a month ago, that we got the technical assistance and named North Span as our technical assistance people.
So Jeff, did he respond? I saw he did, and
Yeah, he
no
did.
concerns.
No,
Okay, any questions from council? Concerns? If no questions or concerns from council, I ask for a motion to approve the sole source request to North Span for SSBCI program. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Perry. Is there a second? Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is the agreement and sole source request for Tyler Technology for ERP system. Kim.
okay, this is for part of our big software package that we've been talking about. ERP is Enterprise Resource Program, our planning. And so there was some things that we hadn't purchased because we weren't sure which way we were gonna go, and this has to do all around like accountants receivable type stuff. So there's 3 parts to the that I want to ask the council to add. The first one is cashiering. The second one is called residential access, and the third one is payments. And I've attached their flyer descriptions and the cost in the packet, but I wanted to talk about each one. So cashiering is at a reception area, there would be, they would have access to the software. And as someone comes in and makes a payment, they would enter the receipt directly into the software system. Where currently right now they come in and they run it through, they give them a receipt and then they bring it and we do a direct deposit and run it through a scanner type stuff like that. So what would happen is that this would, the person who comes in would get a receipt from the software system directly instead of a receipt out of an Excel spreadsheet. And then if they were paying with a check or a credit card or something, it would scan that payment right in, and as it goes into this queue and we allocate it to the right place, the like the copy of the check and stuff would be attached to their file. So if they say that, you know, they brought this check in and it didn't get credited to their account, we can trace it. We can see all this stuff. The second thing is residential access. We hadn't opted for this at the time we selected the software because we didn't know if we were going to use a third-party vendor or not. And after looking at it and talking to Randy, this is, as a customer, you can go online, you know, on your phone, tablet, computer at any time and look at your account, you know, like your water, sewer, rent account, and you can make payments on there. And so you can see your transactions and history and have real-time access. And then the third thing is the payments is the credit card processing. You always have to have a third-party vendor for the credit card. And we just didn't know as we were going. So at the bottom of my memo, I said, no, you know, because our go live date for the finance system is January 1st, 2026. And it's getting really exciting because all this stuff, it is all the stuff that we can do and trace and follow. But as we get into it, we're finding more. So that's why I put this note at the bottom. As we've gone through there, we didn't know that they had a motor vehicle registration module. We found that out. And then at the day of our all staff meeting, I was showing Chris some stuff and we went on there and there's actually a recreational licensing module that they could eventually access to do hunting and fishing permits. And you can do it online, and then like the COs can just look up and have a database of who has licenses. And so it's an all-encompassing system. It's a lot of stuff. There's this past week we had a consultant on site, and Carol and Jim got to sit in and see some of the stuff around the grants and how much is there. It's just it's so different. It's so different than what we do now. So real-time access, electronic record keeping, electronic documents and everything. So the cost, let's go down to the quote. So so the first section is the software as a service for the cashiering and the residential access. Those are $9,000, $9,142 a year, because that's this, you subscribe to the software module. And then there's $15,500 in setup. That is the design, it's not a canned product. There's a lot of work that goes into it, planning workflows, controls, access, integration, it's really tailored to your organization. And then there's the credit card fees. So, and that's basically on a, that's a percentage of credit card use. So those are the three things. So and then there's some hardware. So the cost of this proposal collectively is $36,881. And it would have to be paid out of indirect cost.
Now, talking about costs, because I see like you got total title services, 15,500. You got total third-party hardware software services, 2,917. You got summary total, 18,417, and you got the contract total of $36,881.
That is due to, because it's a 3-year, so the 18,417 is a one-time cost.
Okay.
And the 9,332, I didn't see up before the 180, but there must be a recurring cost for the hardware. But that's for we have to pay that one time 3 years, the 9,332. So combined over 3 years, it's 36,881.
Okay. But with that, and then with that yearly cost, is there going to be a yearly cost after the 3 years? And that's going to be the 9,000?
We have a price lock for 3 years.
Okay.
Jeff tried to get them to go to 5 when we were negotiating. And they just, it's too far out to know costs and stuff, but it'll be there. But there is because we don't buy the software and have it on our servers and stuff. This is a subscription software. And so it's all in the cloud basically, and you have to, you subscribe to it yearly. And we went for 5 years, but we have guaranteed pricing for 3. So there is no inflation for the first 3 years.
So with that, with how we are financially now, are we able to do this successfully and safely?
I'm just thinking of how much labor this is going to save, this whole program eventually once we it's painful now with trying to get it, trying to do our jobs and get extra stuff done. But in the end, the biggest thing is efficiencies, electronic records, and transparency are the biggest things, and real-time information. So it's going to save, in different ways later.
Miranda, was there any concerns from Jeff on this one?
No, he had no concerns about proceeding with both of these purchases, the one just previously that council approved. He said these are both legitimate sole source requests with justifiable sole source rationale.
Okay. Any questions from council?
I just will that amount have any effect on indirect cost in the future?
It will, but it'd probably be less than 0.1%.
Okay.
Because it's small.
I just have one question too.
Mhm.
So after the software goes online, the price for because it is subscription based, does that cost entail like if there's bugs or if there's any type of errors in the system that they can come in and do they come in and help?
Yeah, that's part of the subscription cost. It's not extra.
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
that's all.
Any other questions from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve the agreement and sole source request for Tyler Technology for the ERP system. Is there a motion? Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Up next is discussion and follow-up on SSBCI and Fortune Bay request for financial assistance. Kim.
At the last council meeting, Fortune Bay had a request to have some assistance to do some much needed capital improvements. And I had suggested of accessing the SSBCI funds, which is the State Small Business Credit Initiative. So I'm going to read my memo for the sake of the audience. And if you have questions, please ask. At the council meeting on March 5th, the council or the Fortune Bay had requested financial assistance with capital improvement for the enterprises. I had suggested accessing the State Small Business Credit Initiative program. Jared Dunlap, Zach Flipovich, and EJ and Brad and I had meetings to discuss this possibility of this. And it was determined that the enterprise can access the program as long as it's not for casino or cannabis. And that's to do with federal laws projects. So the hotel, the seashore, the golf course, marina, and others would be eligible to access the funds. So I talked about two parts to it. So when I had originally done the application for this program, Boys Fort was allocated $904,480 for leverage to support businesses. The assistance would be in the form of CDs, so we would take that 900,000 and buy CDs as necessary for the business owners to obtain loans for their needs. So we would be collateralizing up to 75% of a loan. The funds are released in 3 tranches. Boys first tranche was $270,843. So to access the second tranche of money, we have to loan out 80% of that, which is $216,674, to unlock the next one before the next tranche is released. In talking with North Spans, they are recommending getting projects going so we can release all 3 tranches due to the uncertainty of the current administration. And this is the advice. North Span is working with Fond du Lac and Grand Portage also. And maybe and some other ones, but I know we were all working on ours together and we tried to do a collaborative project or similar. And so how the SSBCI program works is Boys Fort invests in CDs to secure up to 75% of a business loan package. The business then finds a participating lender, and in the case of Fortune Bay, we would work with Fortune Bay or with Park State Bank. They've already confirmed that they'll be willing be a willing participating lender. We've confirmed that with Wendy Stevens. Then the CD earns interest. It grows because the money gets put back on the CD. And as the loan gets paid down, it frees up the CDs to make another loan for another program or, another project or band member. And so it's intended to be a revolving loan fund to promote economic development. For Boys Fort to unlock the second tranche of funds, we need to have businesses have at least 2 loans accessing the program and, for the total loan package of $288,899.20 to unlock the next one. In meeting with Brad and EJ, they have identified projects and North Span confirmed the projects are a good fit because we went through the list that they had sent in December, kind of went through it, and they said that's really what the program's designed to, traditionally things that are hard to get, capitalized and stuff. And Northspan mentioned that accessing the plan to refinance current debt, because we talked about this, you know, we talked about paying off the C-store loan with this, is has a lot more requirements, and there has to be an addition to the business to do that, you know. So this fits better than paying off the debt at on the Y store. Having the enterprise access this funds help them get funding for much needed capital improvements. But this also helps the tribal government to get the SSBI funds from the treasury in-house. Also, those funds can be used to purchase equipment that was previously leased that does not have favorable lease terms for the band. So they were working on purchasing some equipment, and they were having, with the leasing company, they were having some issues. And so this would also fit in place of that, you know. So at this point, I had wrote this memo to meet the agenda deadline. So at this point, if the council would like to proceed in this matter, Fortune Bay staff would have to determine their priorities, do the application with Northspan, and work at Park State Bank. The tribal government side would be responsible for getting the CDs set up as collateral, reporting to the program to the U.S. Treasury, and drawing the remaining tranches as allowable. Well, since I had wrote this memo and put this agenda item on, last week we had met with the council and the enterprises, and they have some duties to do. So they have to do a risk assessment and prioritize their projects, because there was more projects that came up out of that meeting, and to discuss that. And we met again with Northspan, and we had some follow-up meetings, and now we have, I believe, Fortune Bay and the enterprises have to have their funding priorities determined for the tribal council by, I think it was April 22nd. That came out of that meeting, and we'll go from there and do small loans out of there. This program will also is available for band members, and I have said all along that we need to make sure that we have access for band members too. Northspan says that there's 2 existing businesses that have been working with them, and there's 4 to 6 other people who have shown interest. But for the individual timelines, they would be, they're probably 6 months out before they can access the funds. So by then we would have, if we do this and plan this out, we will have accessed and drawn down all 3 tranches, and there would be money available for them. And then as they make a payment back, as Fortune Bay makes payments back, it releases funds to be loaned out again. We also talked about, after we get through some of the unknowns with funding, that we have some tribal ARPA dollars that we've discussed about paying the loan off in full, and then the money would be reavailable. The whole amount of money would be available again to do be reloaned out and stuff. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yes, I remember that the various meetings that we had regarding this. Now, some questions right off the bat is that if Fortune Bay is going to do this and wants to do this, is that the loan payments that they're going to be taking on, the actual loan payments they're going to be taking on, must not dip into the money that they send to the tribal government. That's something that we need to clarify and make that well known. The other one too is that how much can they take on before? Because right now we're starting to come into the busy time for Fortune Bay and the hotels and the casino. But come fall time, business is going to drop. And so we need to watch. They need to watch how much money they're going to be getting for a loan. Because I'd hate to see that coming to the slow season and not be able to pay for it. Then they come to the tribal council and it's like, well, wait a minute, hold on here.
Yeah, I was looking to see if Brad was on. I think he is. And we did some run, you know, and like when we first started talking about this, it was before the proposed we were looking at a federal shutdown in mid-March. Now they've avoided that shutdown, and so the next budget battle is September, September going into October. So if they, that's why I say don't, take and pay it all off with the tribal ARPA dollars till we get through that next budget cycle. So if they can make payments for 6 months or so, kind of do that and see how everything's going to play out. Because we just don't, there's so many unknowns with the federal government. That's the hard part. I know it's a lot of stuff, but if Brad has anything to add, if he's still on or if he left.
Something I have to consider too is that Orchard Bay is in the process of putting stuff together for a slot code deal to present to the council, and they'll be, if that deal does go through, they'll be getting money to do capital improvements. So, I mean, if they get that, and then this will be taken off the table for them.
Yeah.
But like the wilderness, they need to do some upgrading there too. And I know for their bunkers, they call them little sand pit things. That's gonna take, I can't remember what the cost was. I think it was 500,000, 900,000, something like that, if I can remember correctly. And that is a lot. That's something that they need to fix.
They did, because when we had that meeting last Tuesday, there was other things that they had that weren't on that list. So like the list that we were given in December was everything was basically for the casino and the hotel. There was nothing, it was for casino, hotel, and marina, but there wasn't much for the golf course or the convenience stores. And so that's why they're in the process of making a priority matrix, kind of like what we had done for, Dan had done for the proposed federal shutdown for health and human services, kind of looking at the safety risk, compliance risk, and, return on investment, kind of come up with a matrix to bubble the ones, get a priority in and work from there.
So to me, the way this is looking is that if we approve it, and then they give us basically their priority list and then go for it. Or should we wait till they have their priority list first and then approve this?
This was just an update, so they're going to get their priority, and so when they get it and they work it all out, ultimately under the Treasury guidelines and the program that we designed, the final package has to come back to the tribal council to be approved. Every loan has to come back to the council and be approved. So it's
because I remember from one of the previous meetings that we had is that they were going to, Orchard Bay was going to go ahead and apply for this program. Then once we found out with the government shutdown and all that then the tribe was going to step in and just pay it all off at once. And then,
yeah.
Is that still on a table?
Yeah, and so like we're, like if they pay for 6 months, I see Brad had answered something, but I couldn't read the whole comment. But so like now we're planning for, trying to be somewhat conservative because we have these funding issues. We don't know what's happening with this administration. And back and forth, but you have some much needed capital improvements for your enterprises to keep generating revenue. It's trying to find that balance in there.
Yes. What was Brad's comment?
Ability to repay the loans would be considered before we take any action.
Any questions or concerns from council? Nothing from Jeff on this one? And this is just basically informing the council, no action. All right, thank you, Kim. Moving on to the next one, resolution number 86-2025 per capita garnishment.
Okay, so after the pandemic, last year we had some specific resolution for 2024 only. And so as we prepare for 2025, we revisited at a senior management meeting and discuss the possibility of this. This is the discussion to see if we want to move forward because we have timelines. I had some data that is attached, but accounts receivable had decreased for 3 consecutive quarters. From 6/30/2024, it decreased, 9/30/2024, and 12/31/24. Now the balance has increased going because I didn't have the quarter end, and due to some unforeseen circumstances, not everything was the whole month of March wasn't closed, so the whole quarter, and I didn't know which one, so it had gone up. But from the time that we started talking about per capita and working on stuff and getting people access to programs over this time period from 9/23 to March 28th of 25, overall, the accounts receivable had decreased by 297,520.99. So people made payback agreements. We had garnished some, and a lot of people were motivated to go out and access assistance programs. So now we come back to the next year. So some people had payback agreements. Some people did keep them. Some people just did it to get past not getting garnished and hasn't made payments since. So we did discuss at the senior management meeting that that we should continue because we feel that as a general, not everyone, if we stop trying to collect, we're not going to collect on those outstanding debts, and more people might stop paying too, so we kind of came up with some key points. Jeff did do an updated resolution, and we updated the policy. So if a band member, the key points are, if a band member entered into a payback agreement last year and failed to comply with the terms of the agreement, the band members aren't entitled to, aren't able to make another payback agreement. That was kind of their chance, and they didn't. It is and so then the other thing was, as a compromise or a way of doing it different, is it's recommended that Boys Fort can only garnish up to 75% of the payment. So the band member, even if they're getting garnished, would get some. So it's a way of trying to work out a balance again, unless if it's specified by a court order. And the resolution that's presented would be for 2025 going forward, instead of coming back each year. It's still recommend presenting it to the council to make sure, but we don't have to do a new resolution every year. So those are the 3 key points. So then the next packet is, you can kind of see, so overall at 9/30/2023, the accounts receivable owed to the reservation was 1.8 million. And at the end of 12/31/24, that was the last complete quarter, it was 1.3 million. And then this quarter, we were all the way done posting, so it's not, so it has improved and worked on our delinquent accounts. So there's a resolution attached in the policy to do that. And I've highlighted the green parts that are the primarily in the policy, what had changed, so you guys could see it rather quickly.
I think, only looking at the accounts receivable page, or it has the program for like the year 9/30/2023, housing, rent, utilities, repairs, home loans, utilities, business loans, court, conservation, fines, lease and other receivables, guaranteed loans. And the total amount was 1.8 million, $4,658.41. And if you look at the next one, at 12/31/2023, it's 1.7 million, $93,153.02. Then at 3/31/2024, it jumped up to 1.8 million, $30,286.51.
And there's a
That's a lot of
second
money.
page that has the numbers on there too. And so we started in about March of last year, March and April of starting to send out the notices. So I tried to take a span to show you, what happens when we don't try to do collections and when we do try to do collections.
Yep, and then if you look at that tail end of 3/28/2025, it's down to 1.5 million. And since the Jeff recommended this, I'm pretty sure there's no other concerns from Jeff on this one, Miranda?
On the per capita garnishment resolution, Jeff says, I coordinated with Kim on review and revisions to this resolution and the procedures. They are based off of last year's procedures with revisions based on Kim's requests and to make the process workable year over year. No concerns on my end if council wants to move forward now.
Any questions or concerns or comments from council?
I just have a few. To the band members that are listening, I just want to say I apologize with what's going on with this administration, the Trump tariffs, the taxes, the funding freezes and cuts. This was discussed prior and the data was presented to me. Now, initially, I have spoken out against per capita garnishments, but there's only so much that I can say and speak and do. And I just want to apologize to all of you listening on behalf of the District 1 Representative Office. Mayo.
Mine is the resolution for 2025 and the years going forward. So that's pretty much indefinitely. So if we do have another pandemic like we had, or a recession or something like that, it would take the council's action to not do it. Otherwise, it's going to go through continuously every year.
I would still present it to make sure that, recommend presenting it to make sure that you still want to do it year to year. And
And then
provide
having
update.
that data that you
Yeah.
have.
No, this is a big and important, I mean, it's stressful for those that owe, but it's also important to be working on it too.
So with that, just looking at that resolution, if we can make sure to get that added in there, Miranda, that part with the, if that's what the council is going to do, approve that. If a band member enters into a payback agreement last year and failed to comply with the terms of that agreement, the band member is not permitted to into another payback agreement for the same debt. And also it is recommended that the Boys Fort can only garnish a maximum of 75% of the annual per capita amount, and that's specified by a court order.
So you want that in the resolution, or is council okay with that being stated in the policy that you're approving?
I think that it probably needs to be part of the resolution so that it's there, then it's also stated in the policy. And then the other thing too is to get this out on social media and the tribal government website so band members are aware of it.
So how do you want us to proceed? Because our this is our timetable for this, is that April 15th. Accounting and the departments need to determine who's delinquent, which is defined as 90 days or more past due. April 30th, we're to present the list to the tribal council. May 30th, we have to have the letters of notice out. July 15th is how long the band members have to work with the programs if there's an error or payback agreements are needed. And then by 7/25, the departments have to notify accounting of the accepted payback, new accepted payback agreements. So we're on a timetable with it, so.
Any other questions from council? If no other questions or concerns, I ask for a motion to approve the resolution. 86-2025 per capita garnishments. Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve with the additions, right?
Yep. Moved by Tara, is there a second? Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you, Kim. Up next, we got Simona Benner with resolution 87-2025 adopting 401k funding change.
Can I say something? This per capita garnishing per capitas can go on forever. Every year you're dealing with that. And, you know, the people that's hurt most are the people that are hurting. It's not the people that are working. You know, it doesn't affect us because we are able to pay our bills, but it's not, for some people, it's hard to squeeze blood out of a turnip. If they don't have the money, then they don't have the money. But I understand where you are coming from too, and that people have to be responsible. But also, I'm thinking that some of these programs that have people that are delinquent, you know, what is being done? You know, are they working to increase that collection rate or payment rate or whatever it may be? And maybe if those people programs were given not a directive, but some type of well, I guess it would be a directive to increase their payments or collection rate or whatever, what have you, by 2%, 3%, or 5% every year, and then that be reviewed. Maybe that's going to make a difference for some of these people that are not getting their treaty payment that they are entitled to. So that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. You know, I think to take a look at the difference between this year and last year and previous years is that the council garnished 100%. Now we're looking at only garnishing 75%. And I understand that, yeah, band members are hurting, but also too, the tribal government too. We need to look after the tribal government. You know, if people owe the tribal government, then at least they need to make some type of payment back to the tribal government. And we're seeing how much it was. It was way more than that before when I first got on council. And now the payments have been made, and there's been programs that were there to help band members, and some band members didn't access those programs. And that was sad. And that just added a financial hardship on themselves as well as the tribal government. So I think that, you know, we're trying to move forward in a good way and try to do things the right way. I know it's hard. We can't please everybody. You know, but it's kind of unfair too that when you have band member A who pays their rent on time every time, it doesn't have a debt to the tribal government as opposed to the other one who does. And I understand it's the hardship, but you know, we've got to try to find a balance in there somewhere. Thank you. Before we continue on, I'm sorry, Simon, we got Nikki Irvin up first. I misstepped. Nikki?
Thank you for that suggestion, Doris. I wrote it down, so I'll see if we can do something about that or provide training on how to get the, how to help those. Which,
Excuse me, okay. So I just have an MOU and a billing agreement. MOU is with St. Louis County, supporting ambulances services too with Virginia Fire Department or ambulance, Cook Ambulance, Tower Ambulance. And ours, it's part of their pilot sprint medic program, where essentially there's just gonna be a paramedic in the area, whether they're housed in Cook or Tower, for any calls that we may come across that we might need ALS services. So there are certain types of calls where they'll automatically be dispatched. Otherwise, we will be calling for them if we need them. With the billing agreement, it goes to the city of Virginia. It's $200 per call if they end up transporting. If they do come in and just provide, you know, whether it's they don't need us, we don't need them, they won't bill us. So just if we need them, then they'll bill us for it. Kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Was there any questions from Jeff on this one?
No. Or I know he.
just for the audience, it's advanced life support.
Yeah. So it looked like Jeff said, I reviewed and reworked this agreement significantly. It needed a lot of work. In its final form, it is legally acceptable.
Okay. And then there's no concerns from the medical director for the ambulance?
No, I didn't hear of any, no.
Okay. Any questions from council? No questions? I have no questions, and I ask for a motion to approve the MOU with billing agreement with St. Louis County for pilot sprint medic program. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Perry, is there a second? Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Now we got someone a banner.
Okay. On March 11th, we had an investment committee meeting where we met with Brian Marker, and he proposed changes to 4 of the funds that we have. So the first one is the Morningstar Investment Style category US Target Date Series. We're removing Mass Mutual, Select T Rowe Price Pension Series. And then we're going to exchange it for the T Rowe Price Blend Select Series. The second one is remove Heartland Midcap. And we are exchanging that for New Haven Multicap. The third one is the Foreign Large Cap Growth. We're removing Buffalo International, adding MFS International Growth. And then the last one is the US Moderately Conservative Allocation. We are removing Wheat's Conservative Allocation and adding American Funds Conservative Growth and Income.
Nothing from Jeff on this one either?
No, he just put it in the current resolution form. Yeah, he says this is a standard investment change identical to the resolutions council has adopted in the past. No concerns.
Okay. Any questions from council?
For these changes go through, I'm currently doing a research study on tribal 401k. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to gather enough data and information to present to the youth. Everybody knows that our salaries are public information. So what I'm doing with mine is I'm telling people what I'm doing with my 401k. So I currently put away 11% of my every check. Just in a sort of a way I got to talk with Kim, Jeff, and you about these changes because I don't want to give misinformation to the youth when I present this in a few months. And I don't think any tribal council member has ever done that before, shown what they do with their finances. So I want to do something different. And so I really look forward to this, Simona. Thank you. Miigwech.
Any other questions or comments from council? If not, I ask for a motion to approve resolution number 87-2025, adopting the 401k funding change. Is there a motion? Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we got Randy R. Long.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Randy. What do you got for us?
What I have before you is 7 contracts in regards to the NTIA fiber optic to the home build out. This grant was written specific to building partnerships between tribes and telecom carriers to cover areas that were underserved. The NTIA grant is a $19.8 million fiber optic to the home project that encompasses the areas of Eastern Lake Vermilion, Western Lake Vermilion, and all of the city of Lower. Now, them 3 areas were considered phases. These areas were chosen due to the high percentage of band member residences that were within the proposed build-out areas. These areas are not within the boundaries of the reservation, but NTIA took into consideration that our proposed areas are within the ceded territory, and it's also within an area that either supports the band's enterprises or houses employees that work for the band. Due to the state of Minnesota SHPO regulations and seeing that this project is outside the boundaries of the reservation, our project is now 2 years behind. Due to the delay in the project, we feel we still have adequate time to get this project in place. NTIA has worked with us and is allowing us to extend the project for another 2 years so we can get our build out in place. This current project came in at nearly $7 million over cost due to the state of Minnesota 2-year delay in our project. With that being said, we had to drop our project down. I guess I need to tell this to the tribal council first. Our costs were mostly associated or over costs due to the unwillingness of Lake Country Power working with the band to utilize its telecom or its electric poles to extend services on the south end of Lake Vermilion. With that being said, we reduced our footprint of this build out and pulled back from them areas that we needed Lake Country Power services. That in turn put us back to our original project budget of $19.8 million. So it's going to be a reduction from approximately 3,200 homes down to about 2,500 homes. Once we start this project, we'll be actively seeking additional grant funding to cover them remaining houses. But for this project and to get it started, since we're under a timeline, we're going to have to reduce that footprint. And it's a fairly substantial footprint, but that's also going to give us time to hopefully negotiate with Lake Country Power and gain access to them necessary power poles. Lake Country's justification was that they wanted us to replace their current power pole infrastructure throughout them areas in order to utilize it. I just simply couldn't acknowledge that or agree to it. And hence the drawback from the amount of homes we're going to service in this project. These 3 phases of this project were sent out for independent bidding. Each phase consisted of an underground construction phase and a splicing phase. The splicing involves just connecting the fiber optic cable together at each household and at the pedestals and stuff that we'll be installing. All associated contracts throughout this project were developed by Jeff Holth and Roxanne Reinfeld with the Jacobson Law Group. Each contract was written and agreed upon by all contractors, stating that payment for services will commence if Bois Forte can draw down funds. This safeguards Bois Forte if federal funding is not available or locked up at any time. This was critical for us with such a large infrastructure project. None of us felt safe moving forward or even presenting these contracts to the tribal council unless that language was specifically written within the contract. Within the budget, IT was allowed to include $673,000 for TERA. We were allowed $100,000 for administration costs. The remaining project budget is for engineering and construction for this build out. I guess I'll present the first contract for approval. The first and probably the most important contract is in regards to this project is the engineering firm that needs to overlook the entire build out. That was awarded to CNE Engineering, Cooperative Network Engineering, for the sum of $1 million, $66,837.
Any current concerns from Jeff on this one?
I did forget to mention one thing. As CTC Communications was written as a partner within this project, they have contributed $1,250,000 to cover any unforeseen overcosts due to the construction of this project.
I don't have any notes from Jeff regarding these contracts.
Okay. Any questions from council? If no questions from council, ask for a motion to approve. Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Terry, all in favor, say aye.
Next
Opposed?
is phase.
Silent?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Jumping the gun on stuff. The first area we'll address is phase 1. This includes Greenwood Township up to the city of Tower Airport throughout that region. The construction contract, the lowest bidder was Hanco Utilities for $8 million, $23,049.33.
Is that it?
That's it for that part of it.
Okay.
So
You need approval on that one?
we need approval on that one.
Can you get a motion to that effect? Moved by Terra, or second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Under phase 1 again, the splicing contract, the lowest bidder was Optical Experts X LLC for $633,001.02. We'll need council approval on that too. Yep.
Is there a motion to approve that contract with the lowest bidder?
Move.
Moved by Terry, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Moving on to phase 2 of the project, which includes the western side of Lake Vermilion, the construction contract, the underground services, lowest bidder was Lake States Construction for $5,890,188.26.
Need a motion.
We need a motion for that one as well.
Do we have a motion to approve that, to that effect?
Move.
Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Sally? Motion carried.
Under phase 2 again, we have the splicing contract. The lowest bidder was Ramstead Technologies Incorporated for $390,118.44.
Is there a motion? We need a motion to approve that. Is there a motion? Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Perry, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Phase 3 of the project includes the City of Warren Pelican Lake areas. The construction contract underground services, the lowest bidder was North Central Service Incorporated for the sum of $3,917.62.48.
Any questions or concerns from council? If not, ask for a motion to approve.
To approve.
Moved by Tara, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robert, all in favor, say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
And under phase 3 again, the splicing contract, the lowest bidder was Ramstead Technologies Incorporated for the sum of $261,322.56.
Any questions from council? No questions? Ask for a motion to approve. Moved by Robert, is there a second? Second by Tara, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Silent? Motion carried.
Now, before I wrap up, there's just a few ideas I'd like to throw at the tribal council, just for food for thought or for future discussion on what to do with this infrastructure. There's a lot of infrastructure money that Boys Ford is gonna have invested into. And there's 3 possibilities we can move in a direction for these, not just our current fiber optic to the home build out within the boundary of the reservation, but throughout these areas as well. One is we can move forward utilizing CTC services to provide internet and voice services as we have in our current build out and in this future one. Or we can possibly look at creating a telecom company, what's called an ILEC or a CLEC, and we can build a small telecom company and provide them services in conjunction with CTC. Just an idea that this might be a business endeavor that Boys Ford may want to look into. So
Can you put that proposal together and get it to the council?
I absolutely will.
And if the council is gonna move on it, then we need to put it forward to the band members to vote on.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
the third and the last thing is this is basically a capital assets grant for the tribal government. If needed to, at some point, you would have the opportunity to say, sell that infrastructure once it's developed. I believe there's a timeline of 5 to 8 years down the road that you'd have to sit and maintain it, but the opportunity is there if needed.
Yes.
So I know there's a lot to it, but
Thank you, Randy.
absolutely. If there's any questions.
I just have one quick question.
Mhm.
Since these are off reservation, homes. And, what have they contributed? Has the households had to contribute anything to this project or the?
The
Township.
townships have done letters of support on behalf of the project, which were included within the grant application. So, and if Boys Fort is going to complete this entire build out, we're going to need further support from them local townships in order to access grant funding to complete it. We're also going to need to sit down with Lake Country Power and highly question them on their costs that they propose to us to replace our current infrastructure to get our telecom endeavors in place, because the costs that they put out for us, I just don't feel are realistic.
Okay, and then the reduction of 700 homes, so then they would just have to go with that a basic provider.
Yes. Yep.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Up next, we got Perry Drift with a report from Washington DC trip, Mass, March 23rd to the 27th. Perry?
Sure. So my name is Perry Drift. I'm the District 1 representative for Boys Fort, and I recently had to take a trip to the capital of Washington, D.C. in order to talk to representatives and legislators and Congress men and women. Got to say, it was a really good learning experience. And this is, this report is dated from March 23rd, 2025 to March 27th, 2025. So attended mass welcome presentation and listened to tribal leaders, lobbyists, directors, and staff from each sovereign tribal nation, the social networking part. They issued clear guidance on how to approach the new administration and legislators. MAST also provided us with a brief history of the alliance's origin, which was over 80 years ago. Tribal leaders were able to talk and discuss with one another at each designated table. Tribal leaders all gave key accounts of how the new administration is affecting each respective tribal nation, and I'll give an example. So we're not Public Law 280 tribe with our police law enforcement funding. So what I found out down there was a lot of the tribes, they're being affected by the state funding for the policing. We are too, but not as heavily, I'll say. We're still getting affected by it, but continued March 23 report. Tom Brierton, Franklin Creek Consulting, mass lobbying class I attended. Mr. Brierton is the actual, White Earth has about 2 or 3 lobbyists. One is Margaret, the other one is Tom Brierton. But they had Mr. Brierton host a lobbying class, and his comments were that this administration had 4 years to prepare for what they were going to do, and now they were doing it at a rate no other administration has done before, which take, for example, so a lot of the stuff Trump wanted to do in his first term, he couldn't do it because he didn't know all the loopholes, but lo and behold, now he does. So that's why you see these crazy reports every day from what this administration is doing. I shouldn't use the word crazy, but that just seemed to me, that's just what it seems like. Tom also stressed the importance for tribes to approach this as a means to try gain authority of lands and treaty rights tribes should have historically had before. So take, for example, gaining back lands in a way that would help the federal government cut costs on land operations by collaborating and working together. The importance of thanking the representatives of Congress was also key advice. Also keep in mind to try and not believe everything on social media, as a lot of those updates can be false in regards of the federal funding cuts, the executive orders, anything. Just make sure and call your lobbyist or your tribal leader first before posting or spreading misinformation. Monday, March 24th, the official meeting was called to order by MAST President Virgil Wind, Chief Executive of the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, opening prayer and drum song by Vice President T. Hill and the Mille Lacs Singers. Vice President T. Hill had some really good comments, and they're not in the report, but I'm from my memory. If you look back from the year 1830 to I think it was 1860, that was when the government was entering into the period of the Indian Extermination Act. A lot of tribal leaders thought that what we're going through now with the funding cuts and the freezes, that they were comparing it to that era. But Vice President T. Hill said that we shouldn't look at it as that. We should look at it as more of a renegotiation period for tribes. See, the government is just, they're restructuring the funding. So we have to renegotiate. And I used the word compromise down there, and another tribal leader got mad at me or upset at me. He said, that's false. Tribal governments are sovereign. They should never compromise when it comes to your land, your resources, your funding. And he was right. So there's things I'm still learning too. And Congresswoman Sharice Davids, Kansas 3rd District, spoke to, provided us with reassurance that she would support tribal nations in this difficult era. So she's down there every day while we're in a state of panic. Mrs. Davids is actually, she's down there almost every week. So just, we just try bear with us, and we will give you more updates, in the future. Here goes those ums again. She used 3 of them down there too. So band members can't really criticize me. Tribal flag raising ceremony. I attended the tribal flag raising ceremony hosted by Senator Tina Smith. Ceremony was held in the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs hearing room. Tribal leaders on the executive level welcomed all in attendance and gave heartfelt words to the senator for her support of tribes and their history and current status of sovereignty, which as of right now is intact and well. The welcoming song was sung by the Mille Lacs Drum Group. I walked to the mic on behalf of the Boys for Band of Chippewa and introduced myself in the Anishinaabe language. I also apologized to Senator Smith for our tribe's flag not being presented, but also recited words of gratitude for her complete revere and commitment to uphold tribal sovereignty for all nations. To all the tribal leaders in attendance who spoke their tribal language during opening statements, I must say it was beautiful to hear, and I also pointed out that if you added up everyone's age in the room, the language would still be older, more sacred. In a respectful way, I said these words. Truly amazing ceremony, and it showcased how tribes can fully embrace honor and vital communication with the leaders of the capital. Okay, so Tuesday, March 25th, Capitol Hill visits. Mass prepped us for all of this, so we already went in with key talking points. There's a packet called the MAST Midwest Alliance of Sovereign Tribes packet, which comes with 12 key focal talking points in areas of emergency. This packet, the one that I'm holding, right, this packet actually made it to Donald Trump's office via Vice President T. Hill. He has associates and friends that know Trump and that whole family, that whole, it's a big connected group, you know, powerful group. And so this packet that I'm holding actually made it to the president's Oval Office desk. Peter Stauber, that was one of the third meeting. Tara and I actually split up. She went talked to another representative on Capitol Hill, and I went talked to Mr. Stauber, so we could kind of maximize our talking efforts for Bois Forte. Virgil Wind, Mass President, actually handed over this packet to Representative Stauber in his office. The resolution via MAST was resolution number 03-24, which encloses the 12 key areas of talking and emergencies in our funding cuts. Discussions took place regarding issues about the federal funding freezes, environment, IHS, and natural resources. The delisting of the wolves on the endangered species list was discussed, but Stauber was in favor of the decision. Communication between Stauber and tribal leaders was very broad and respectful. White Earth Nation Council member Eugene Summers and Chief Executive of Mille Lacs, Virgil Wynn, also stressed the importance of the wolf as a sacred animal and relative to each tribe's people. I spoke and introduced myself to Peter Stauber, and I feel I made a good impression for my first time visit to his office. I spoke about keeping good communication with his office as a real goal of mine. He was in agreement of my notion and comments. The relevant issues between the MNDNR and MN tribes was also brought forward with no actual solutions provided. Stauber initially thought the relationship between the tribes and the DNR was in good shape, but it clearly, you know, from meetings that we've had with other tribal leaders, really is not. It's not from a communication standpoint. The question and issue was raised by Representative Eugene Summers again and Virgil Wind. They talked about the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe's Water Over Nickel initiative, which is a sort of comprehensive view on what mining can do near tribal lands. So the mining projects Mille Lacs has, they want to mine nickel over, you know, near their waters, and that's detrimental to wild rice. It can actually poison the waters and release certain substances into the rivers and lakes. This is vital as the tribes face upcoming mining projects in the future. Us with copper, nickel, helium. We have a bunch of mining projects up here, so we have to take heed and warning with their information as well. Mike DeFilippi, Office of Representative Jeff Hurd, Republican of Colorado. Jeff Hurd is the chairman of the House Committee, Subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs, where most tribal legislation is first heard in the House. Law enforcement and BIA funding freezes discussed, and Mr. DeFilippi was very receptive of our issues brought forth. He took notes and engaged with all tribal leaders in attendance. He also reassured us that this new administration does comprehend and understand that trust responsibility and treaty obligations still have to be upheld. One of the keynotes I've heard in one of the meetings was that education, Title I, technically that's untouchable, and because it's in our treaties. education for Native Americans. Now they can go all the way up to like Title VI and more. So I'm not saying all of those titles are protected. So we just have to keep speaking with Congress and come to a common solution. Okay. Chairman of the Fond du Lac tribe, Bruce Savage, who was also in the meeting with us, brought up the issue of federal lands being sold off and used for private mining / extraction companies in the 1854 treaty area. This is very true given the updates and concerns discussed at prior 1854 board meetings. The presentations with some of these mining extraction companies, Wasabi Metallics and Pulsar Helium CEOs, has provided me with an understanding that the mining and extraction of natural resources will happen and gases. The problem is the natural gas found and minerals found are technically not in the treaty areas. How can tribes have a seat at the table rather than play third party to the mining companies over our land and resource areas? The bad effects of the mining and extraction will always change the landscape. Tribes must be allowed to monitor and track those changes. The third meeting was with Sophia Darrow, Office of Representative Tom Cole, Republican out of Oklahoma. Representative Cole is the chair of the House Appropriations Committee and co-chair of the Native American Caucus and one of the greatest champions of tribes in the history of the U.S. House of Representatives. Environmental issues, the wolf delisting, law enforcement, IHS funding were noted down for Representative Tom Cole to read in the future via his assistant. Representative Cole was also very busy and did not have time to input our meeting in his schedule. But Mrs. Darrow was very kind and helpful as she wrote down each tribal leader's concern. So how it worked was there were probably about 40 or 50 tribal leaders. We all broke into groups of 4 and we each tackled key talking points. And to understand and really comprehend how it works, people think because we're on tribal council that we can just go down there and bark orders in these people's offices. Did you notice how there's no pictures near the end of my slide? There's actual federal legal law that you can't record audio, video, or pictures in these offices. So that's why there's no pictures near the end. But with that being said, masked how we all came together and we, like brothers and sisters down there, we really did, tribal leaders. We came together, we spoke well to these representatives and legislators, and a lot of good words and work was done. Wednesday, March 26th, I spent a few hours of the day preparing to travel back to Boys Fort. I began writing my report on this day in my hotel room. With closing statements, I would just like to say that leaders have met and talked with members of Congress and legislators. We now as sovereign nations have to prepare and change the way we govern when it comes with the uses of federally issued funds and grants. This administration is changing a lot and their goal is to restructure the entire federal government budget. But standing our ground and voicing our concerns is the best thing to do, which was accomplished by tribes working together. This legislative work is not easy as I am beginning to understand and comprehend my responsibilities as a tribal leader from Boys Fort. Thank you, Mast, and all members of Congress we spoke to. Truly an honor and privilege. Chimigwech and Mayo. End of report. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer any question.
Well, first off, I'd like to say thank you for the report. Although, even though it wasn't a requirement, but for you to step up and do this and submit a report like this, that's awesome. Thank you for what you have done down there, you and Tara both, for what you guys done at that MASH and attending that. And that was great.
Yes, thank you for going above and beyond. I just want to add a little bit to what you have there. It was a strong voice and talking from Boys Fort with all of the Minnesota tribes and all the other tribes that we are not DEI, we're not diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're not BIPOC, even though that's what others like to label us as. We are stronger than that. We're a uniquely distinct political class. That's what the tribes are. And that's what we're driving home within the state of Minnesota and the federal government. And they need to learn that, they need to understand that, and they're starting to respect that now. I remember when I first went to Washington DC and the looks I got, walking in there with a ribbon skirt, they would just stare, like, what is going on here? And now they smile and they're seeing natives, and understanding natives in a respectful manner. I was actually going through, I don't think you were with me at the time, but I was going through and I could hear staffers saying, that we are a political class, a distinct political class. And they said, I don't know which tribe they're from. I could hear them just a little bit. So then I said, we're from Boys Fort. They said, Northern Minnesota. And then the other ones said where they were from too. So getting that message out there and talking with people, making those relationships solid. That's what we're doing. So, miigwech.
Thank you, Tara. Any other questions or comments? Or no? Moving on, do we have Pam Parsons for a compliance update?
Good afternoon, you guys.
Good afternoon.
The first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to just say, hey, Perry, that was really great. Your report was really wonderful. I'm really proud that you did this for all of us. Kind of let us in on what was going down in Washington. Really happy that you're learning. Just really proud of you guys.
Thank you, Pam.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay. What is your greatest concern?
So right now it's cybersecurity and awareness and trying to ensure our employees are aware of, the cybersecurity concerns that are out there right now in the healthcare industry, and making sure that they're not, doing something that they shouldn't be doing, misclicking. There's a lot of different schemes out there right now, and so just trying to make sure everyone's aware of that. So.
Okay, what are the top 3 issues you're working on right now?
Okay, so one of the 3 is we're planning a HIPAA training. We'll be doing our first one on April 29th. That's a Tuesday. It'll be a morning session from 8 to 12. We'll serve a light breakfast. Hoping to have an interactive session and do more scenarios. Hoping that will really help our staff with understanding HIPAA and how easy it can be to, have a HIPAA breach happen to you, to make a HIPAA mistake. So that's one of the things. Another thing I'm working on is policy and procedure reviews for 2025. So trying to ensure that we're reviewing everything that needs to be reviewed, and making that checklist. And then the last thing is the security risk assessment work plan for 2025. I'm still working on that.
Okay, what are the top 3 risks that you're monitoring?
So right now there's been some changes to HIPAA. There's some updates on HIPAA going on, and any changes that maybe have to be made to our notice of privacy practices. So just trying to stay on top of them changes. We're also looking at billing and annual billing and coding audit, and that's to ensure compliance. So that's in progress right now. And then again, employee education on the phishing schemes that are out there right now that are concerned to us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Number 4, do you have the resources you need to fulfill your responsibilities? Money, staff, tools?
And yes, I believe I do. The learning management system we have, MedTrainer, is like a godsend. So that's a valuable tool. I don't want to lose that. But I understand when Dan wants me to not do all training on MedTrainer. So we're kind of doing it a little bit differently, but I really want to say MedTrainer's been a blessing.
Okay, number 5, do you have access to the people, information, and data that you need?
Yes, I believe I do.
Awesome. Number 6, do you have sufficient authority to do your job?
Yes.
Do people listen to you and are your concerns taken seriously?
Yes, they are.
Are you included in meetings to discuss new strategies, projects, and initiatives to ensure they are pursued compliantly?
Yes, that's happening, so.
Which that's the last of the questions.
Okay, that sounds good. I will not have to go into executive session, so I just wanted to let you guys know that. Maybe you can get some of your day back. All right, but anyway,
Thank you,
thanks you
Pam.
guys. Thanks you guys for all your legislative advocacy. You know, if you guys need to start pushing that off onto tribal community members, let us know, because that's a really great area for all of us to learn how to do legislative advocacy, writing letters, making changes that need to happen. So any help you need, let me know.
Thank you, Pam.
All right, thanks you guys.
All right, up next is Shane with the discussion on suspension and debarment policy. What I'd like to mention is that Jeff sent us 4 policies, one from the, I want to say, Portia Band of Cherokee Creek Indians, and the other one, I just lost it. The other one was from the Silts Tribal Code. The third one was from the Ho Chunk Nation, and then the other one was from the Minnesota, I do believe, Authority. And what the council is looking at, or what I'm looking at, I should say, is to get a debarment suspension policy in place for contractors. One on a tribal government side. So if a contractor comes in and if they don't fulfill the contract, they'll be disbarred from doing business with the tribal government for a specified year, a couple of years or whatever. On a band member side, if it's a service that's being provided by the tribal government paying for it through a program or whatever, and if they contract with another contractor, whoever, and if they don't fulfill that contract, then the tribal government can look at debarring them or suspending them from getting a contract paid from the tribal government. And working with Jeff on it, and this is something that he recommended and followed up on, and I said that I think that's something that we need to put in place as a tribal council. Any thoughts or suggestions or comments from council?
I'm in favor of it. I mean, we have to look at every possible scenario, and protecting the band's interest in assets and projects, you know, I think that's should be top priority.
I have just one little comment, is to make sure that that this process is very thorough and it looks at everything and identifies everything that these contractors are doing. And I want to make sure that that it isn't used in a way to discredit any certain contractors or anything, that it's fair and legal across the board. Pretty much.
Any comments, Robert?
No, I just think all their comments are right, and that we're just looking into trying to protect our people and ourselves, the band in general. So, you know, that's much all I got to say.
So with that being said, Miranda, if you could forward this to like Carol and Robbie and others, so we can start getting this process in place, because we're going to be coming up on, summer, and people are going to be looking to especially with the tribal government to get a contract with the tribal government, whatever project we may have. And if we get this in place properly, mapped out and all that, put in place, that'd be great. Any other questions or comments from council? If not, thank you. Then we,
I have one quick question.
yep,
Will it be, will there be a, like a 30-day, comment period and all that kind of thing?
yes, I think
Or
that,
whatever period?
yes, that's a good point. If you want to add that on there, Miranda, so that once the policies and put in, drafted, then we can put it up for comment from band members. Thank you,
Yes,
Tara.
will do. Jeff had talked to me about it, and so I just wanted to, a few things that you didn't touch on is that it's a policy to vet it out, and you hit almost all his points. It's a non-reactive policy in that the contractors are, there's a due process for investigating the possible complaints and non-compliance.
Thank you.
Mm.
All right, with that, no further discussions on that. We're moving right along to Miranda and resolution number 88-2025, adopting policies regarding RTC member salaries and benefits.
So what you have before you in the packets is the updated resolution. I forget which day, which meeting that was, but it was the one at Fortune Bay. Council had approved that resolution that was in the packet, and there was more changes that was discussed from council at that meeting. So we were kind of like, is it approved? Is there changes? There were changes. And so what you have before you are the changes from council to accurately reflect the resolution. So you'll see, if you take, for example, the fourth whereas, it says the RTC adopted resolution 132-2002 to establish a policy that provides for a salary schedule, severance benefits, and health benefits for RTC members, which resolution was subsequently amended through resolutions 89-2005, 33-2006, and 70-2025. So this resolution takes all of those and rescinds them. And so now we will have this resolution that's the most up to date with the changes that council wanted. And so what you will see is, for example, a change under the now therefore be it resolved A, it's the end of that page, number 5. Persons appointed to fill a vacancy do not include those who temporarily fulfill the duties of a position while the position remains vacant. So there was discussion that council had after adopting the last one that weren't put into it. So this one is everything that council wanted to put into the resolution.
Can you just read all the changes, please? To refresh
Sure.
everybody's memory.
Sure. So on the first page, the fourth whereas just adds the resolution 70-2025. The last whereas, the middle of that page again is just some typo, removes the and adds resolution 70-2025. The end of that first page is what I just spoke about under A5. Persons appointed to fill a vacancy do not include those who temporarily fulfill the duties of a position while the position remains vacant. Under B, unemployment compensation benefit, the second paragraph, number 2, we are adding the language and shall begin on the day after the member leaves office. So unemployment for RTC members who leave office will begin the day after the member leaves office. We've struck out a lot of the language after which the member's unemployment benefit will begin on the second regularly scheduled payroll following the member leaving office and shall continue being paid bi-weekly for a period of 26 weeks. So that language was stricken. Number 3, the third paragraph, number 3, the following language is added. The RTC or the RTC's delegated individuals shall develop an application and policies and procedures for administration of the RTC unemployment compensation benefit. So that's me. I'm working on those right now. I'm working on the application. I'm working on the policies to be submitted to council for approval. And the next page, there is a be it further resolved that all RTC official business or official actions regarding RTC salaries, salary increases, or unemployment compensation benefits shall occur in an open session of a regular or special RTC meeting. So those were the changes council wanted put in there. Now they're in there.
Yeah, so it's finally, good to see that this is finally, finally taking place and it's gonna happen, is that where the council is going with this is, complete transparency. And that this is one of the resolutions that will be put on the tribal government website underneath the tribal council, so people will be able to find it easily. And it lists our salaries on there, everything pertaining to unemployment, to increases, if there are gonna be any, and what needs to happen. Well, I need to commend this council on taking a step in that direction. It's the right direction, it's the right thing to do. Any further questions, comments from council? If not, I ask for a motion to approve the resolution 88-2025. Is there a motion?
Move.
Moved by Perry, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, all in favor say aye. Opposed? Silent? Motion carried. Is that all we got, Miranda? If that's all we have, ask for a motion to adjourn at 1:17. Moved by Robert, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Tara, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, silent, motion carried. I would just like to remind band members that next Tuesday is our primary election. The tribal government offices will be closed, correct? Except for the people that are working the election. What?
Also for the band members in attendance as well as online, Native Governance Center will be hosting 2 candidate forums this week. They will be held in Net Lake on Wednesday evening and Vermilion at the Vermilion Center on Thursday evening. There will be dinner provided. This information is hosted and put on by the Native Governance Center. We do have some band members that will be facilitating with that. I believe it starts at 5:30. I don't see Jalen, but we will be getting the flyers out today. So please watch for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Miigwech, Giga Wobbleman.